You made it. It's a Friday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Another chilly start here in Rochester.
Ooh, yeah.
41 degrees. It is perfect sleeveless puffy vest weather.
Oh, sleeveless.
Well, yeah, I'm glad to be back to the puffy vest weather.
All right.
You know I'm a big puffy vest guy.
Yeah, I know.
Going to get up into the high 60s this weekend. We're looking at sunny 64 tomorrow, rainy 54 on Sunday, and then from there it just, much like Tommy's mom, goes down, down, down. I know.
Oh, mother.
I know. She doesn't have to do that. She should get guys to like her for who she is. Let's start this morning with a story of a man who may not have known he did something wrong.
Oh, okay.
Well, look, I guess I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt if the allegations are true. This story comes from south of us. A 56-year-old man was arrested after police say he stole equipment worth more than $1,000 from the home of someone who recently passed away.
Oh.
Now, we don't have any details as to those people's relationship.
Okay.
But it doesn't say he's been charged with burglary, which means
they didn't break in.
It doesn't seem that way, at least according to what we have here. It doesn't. Oh, it also doesn't say what kind of equipment it is. But the man has
More
been.
than G.
Yeah.
Yes, it has. Yes, it has. But yeah, he's been arrested, charged with taking the equipment, $1,000 worth from someone who had died. What are the rules when it comes to who owns what after someone passes?
Well, it all goes to the immediate family.
Or whoever they willed it to,
But
right?
that's what I mean.
But you would have to have access to that
Yeah.
will and know it legally, right?
I don't
That's
think I don't think you can touch anything,
No.
right? Until you figure all that stuff out.
You can't?
I don't know.
Well, the family, this guy ain't family.
Now, I don't know. I don't know for sure. But, I mean...
But you also just can't go in and just start rummaging through things, even as family, if everything's marked for people.
Oh, it's funny, like, the difference between people who grew up with money and people who didn't. Because, like, your parents had rock-solid wills, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So did my aunts and all that stuff. Yeah.
And like you and your brothers, you all got together and you dealt with the courts, and there was like probate and
Well, you got to wait. So it all goes to a lawyer, and then he tells you what's going to happen.
Great. See, here's how it works.
And then you go to a haunted mansion at night, and then they read the will, and for some reason, the busted cousin gets everything.
Here's how it works in the real world. And the
How
funny part
does
is
it go with the busted Duffy wills?
no, I mean this
Was
is
it a cocktail napkin?
this is everybody. There's I don't remember. Now, granted, I've always been young. Knock on wood, we haven't.
But you've had, your parents passed.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, I don't ever remember like a situation where everyone was sat down and told what they were able to take. It was just like, hey, here's the house.
Yeah,
Take your stuff.
That's kind of how it goes.
Well, no, but like that's what I mean with this guy. Like if he has a
Yeah.
relationship with this person that passed away, right? And he just assumed this person would want him to have these
He
things.
could do that.
Now, granted, this could also be a story if the allegations are true of the guy died, he walked in, took this stuff thinking no one would notice, but that's also a pretty ballsy move.
Yeah.
Especially when you have family members mourning.
True.
I wonder how many people think that if somebody passes away, it's kind of just
Finders keepers.
Yeah, right?
Help yourself.
But it's kind of that way with family most of the time.
And I bet
Yeah.
you people might feel entitled to stuff that they used all the time or borrowed all the time. You know what I mean? Like, oh, they would have wanted me to have. Nobody else uses this.
I took care of it.
Right. Yeah.
Let's say that guy always took care of this person's lawnmower.
Sure, yeah.
And I always tuned it up for him,
Yeah.
sharpened the blade for him.
You
and all
mowed
that.
their lawn. Yeah.
Yeah, so let me get it off. Let me get it out of here for you. Because I was thinking the first thing I thought of when you said equipment, $1,000. I figured it was a ride mower,
Yeah, that would make sense.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
snow blower, something that's worth a
Like
sizable amount of
one
money.
big ticket item.
And like a piece of equipment worth $1,000 most of the time isn't something you can like stuff under your shirt,
No,
right?
no. You got to like roll it out or drive it off.
Exactly.
Somebody
which-
would know it was missing.
Exactly. It would
Yeah.
make it much harder to like hide that. And then the other question becomes like, if somebody tells you, I want you to have this, let's say they're coming to the end of their life.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if they just told you and the person who is in charge of all of this stuff is like, nah, that could also make you upset enough to try and
Yeah.
just take it and like, okay, so what are you going to do about it?
It causes so much friction in families when this stuff. Because even when my sister passed, right?
Yeah.
I shouldn't have a lot, but like, she had 3 daughters, right?
Even the smallest stuff, I bet.
Well, like 2 of them are, and my one niece is like really buttoned up. And
Oh,
since
wait, you didn't tell me they were
bro. And they weren't just they were South Florida. So they were going to come in and walk off with the joint, and she had to like stop them and kick them out of their own house till they settled everything up. She goes, because they would have cleaned the joint out and it would have been gone.
But, like, here's the thing, too.
Yeah.
I kind of get as we tell the story, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. A 56-year-old man from just south of us was arrested after police say he stole equipment worth more than $1,000 from the home of someone who recently passed away. But he hasn't been charged with burglary, which tells us, at least, as far as we know, that he didn't break in the house. It seems maybe... Again, okay, I'm doing you. It seems maybe. It's possible that he knew this person, that he thought he was entitled to this thing, and the person that was, dealing with the estate was like, nah, now you're under arrest.
And he didn't clean out the whole joint. He grabbed one item.
It says an item worth $1,000.
He definitely had his eye on one thing.
It says equipment, so it could be more than one piece of equipment. Right. That being said, on one hand, you have the stuff that everybody wants, and on the other hand, you have the stuff that is sentimental or valuable that nobody wants.
But you knew that person loved it, or like it's just a special item, may not be worth anything, but there could be a fight over something like that.
And it's the most difficult thing to deal with. For example, in my house, I have a piano.
Wait.
I have a piano in my house.
Oh, yeah, because the kids took piano.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
So my grandmother, my mom's mom, was a brilliant piano player.
Oh.
Brilliant piano player. Very, very talented. And she had this piano. And it was like
with them Duffy fingers?
It was other side of the family.
Oh, the dainty side?
No, also not dainty. But like she loved this thing, and she taught me and my brother and a whole bunch of other kids in the family how to play piano on this thing. It's like one of those like saloon-looking stand up against the
upright
wall.
one.
Yeah, you got it. So she passes away. The piano was passed on to another member of the family, but it's like big and cumbersome, and they didn't have room for it anymore.
It's got to be tuned.
Exactly. So like. It came up for like who wants the piano? We don't want to get rid of it. And my wife, being like that sentimental person, who by the way had never met my grandmother, was like, "I want it. We want it. We'll take it. We got to keep the legacy going." And it's nice as a reminder of my grandmother.
But it's a big goddamn piano.
It's a huge piano, and my kids stopped taking piano lessons like 4 years ago. So it just kind of sits there until somebody comes over and starts playing like, "Oh, when the Saints go marching in" every once in a while, and like. In an ideal world, the piano's out of my house.
Yeah.
But I don't have the heart to get rid of the piano because I know how much it meant to my grandmother.
Yeah.
So now you're stuck.
Yeah, so like...
and then your kids are going to be stuck with it.
Oh, true. Well, maybe you never know. They might want it.
Why?
I don't know.
First of all, you have to have
They never met my grandmother either.
And you got to have the room for it. Like if you get...
Good point,
your kid gets an apartment or a condo.
You don't want that piano in there.
Wheeling that thing in there.
And, like, don't get me wrong. I appreciate what it meant to my family.
Yeah,
it's
but
just
it's also an eyesore.
Well, it's not. Actually, I feel like it makes my house look a little classier.
I do feel like I definitely notice when somebody has a piano in their house.
Why are you making a face when I said the piano makes us look classier? Why are you making a face?
I didn't say anything.
Did you ever own a piano?
So I told you my father had one in our basement in Jersey.
A basement piano.
Like a legitimate piano.
Basement piano, one of my
Same
favorite
style.
Billy Joel.
Okay.
Yeah. Same style, those upright ones.
Yeah.
And when we moved, they couldn't get it out.
Oh.
So they took an axe to it and chopped it up in the basement and carried it out in pieces.
Oh, my God.
The funniest thing I remember as a kid, hearing a piano being axed up in tune. Ping, ping, ping,
How did they get it down there in the first place?
I don't know, man. Years ago.
Yeah.
But when they remodeled and everything, could get it out.
But, like, there are those things, right? Like giant pieces of furniture, like pieces of art that meant something to people.
So I told you I had that one aunt. She was a lawyer, and she had all this fancy art in her condo in Florida. And she claimed that all this stuff were, like, artifacts from all her world travels. So we thought, like, man, this stuff's going to be worth a lot of money. It was junk. Like, she lied. And she lied so well.
She either lied or there's a part of me too that feels like people around that time got lied to.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like,
but she was a liar.
They thought
she was a lawyer. She was a good liar.
Well, that kind of happened like with some of the stuff like my grandparents had. I remember when they were cleaning out their house, like I think my family thought like there was going to be some really expensive stuff in here just based on the way they talked about it and the way they treated it, and then it turns out it wasn't.
But like both of my brothers they're collectors.
Yeah.
They both are.
Yeah.
And like my one brother goes, he was showing me last time I was down at his house. He goes, this was grandfather's coffee mug, and it was like sitting up on a shelf. I'm like, so? He goes, no, yeah. He goes, I got it.
There's nothing special about that to you?
I never even met the guy. Bro, the guy died 5 years before I was born. I'm 70-year-old coffee mug.
All right. Look, I find
with his old Sicilian stank-ass coffee in it.
Says man who gets his coffee imported from Italy.
I drink the good stuff.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
I find it strange.
Yeah.
A man of your age who dresses like it's the 1950s every single day doesn't have a reverence for a connection to previous generations.
I don't collect things. I like history, and I like the.
Except your grandfather. Get the hell out of here.
But he was holding it to me like it was, it came off of Jesus's table.
That would be the Holy Grail.
Yeah, that thing. So I don't even know what Jesus' favorite beverage was. I'm guessing wine.
Probably wine, I'm guessing.
Water
or wine, depending on how he was feeling that day. No, it's wine.
But yeah, my brother's that kind of guy. Both of my brothers are.
I think more people are like that than not.
I think you're right. But even when we cleaned up my parents' house in their condo, and they lived in the same condo in Florida for like 35 years, right? So, and they were pack rats. My mother took all these goddamn pictures, and I had 7 boxes of pictures. Nobody wanted it.
No kidding.
Nobody wanted it. People have their own lives. I mean, my parents were saving all this stuff for the grandkids and all that. People move on.
So you don't have a piece of anything in your house that's a connector to previous generations?
I have some photos and stuff, but it's
pretty cool. Wow.
It's probably all of you.
It's all me. But that's it. I have a few pictures.
All right. So in the same room that the piano is, we have, it's one of those desks, it's got the thing that rolls up.
Oh, they call it a secretary's desk?
No idea what it's called.
It's a roll top, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was
Those are really nice.
It was my great-grandmother's. It's beat to hell. It's I think it's over 100 years old.
Wow.
So it was my great-grandmother's, my grandma Murray's on my mom's side, right? And somehow it ended up in our house.
Yeah.
And I have no use for it. And it looks very strange. But when I stand in front of that desk every once in a while, when I remember it's there, it connects me to 3 generations ago. I do feel wow, my family members sat at this desk 100 years ago.
And didn't pay their bills. We're a little behind. Can you help?
Why did you buy such a nice desk if you weren't paying your bills?
Those things were cheap. Everybody had that crap back in the day.
So that's the other funny thing, too. I can't tell if it's, nice or if it's a hunk of junk.
Yeah.
But it's survived over 100 years.
Well, you can have it refinished.
And then maybe it doesn't. Do you even care if it's nice or it's more about where it came from?
Yeah, it's a connector.
Yeah.
It's a connector.
So I have a brother who was a carpenter, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
a lot of Jesus talk.
A lot of Jesus stuff. So all the furniture in his house, he made.
Oh,
that's impressive.
Really impressive.
Grandfather clocks, all that stuff.
He made a clock?
Yeah. So he's got ships that he's carved, all this stuff. Birds that he's carved, all this stuff. So if he lives long enough to, let's say they go into a nursing home,
Mm-hmm.
he is not going to want to see what my niece and nephew are going to do with that stuff because they're going to get rid of it. They're just going to get rid of it.
That's heartbreaking.
But even you,
I know it is.
wouldn't
you
you
don't.
want at least one piece or something?
Well, what? He's only
a small
You think he's going to
bird
outlive his
carving?
brothers? His brothers are in way better shape than he is.
Great point.
They're going to bury him with one of them shifts. Tommy's death ship. It's a Viking funeral. Oh.
But these kids, they have their own lives.
Yeah.
That's his life.
You're right.
He did it, but they get so caught up in it, they think my great-great-grandchildren are going to look at this clock and go, what is that?
Which is the perfect wrap back around to this story that started it, right? Because this guy gets arrested for allegedly stealing more than $1,000 worth of equipment from somebody who just died. And, that is valuable to somebody else because they were arrested. But I would love to know what other stuff that it's this is something that this guy who passed away loved, where it's chuck it in the garbage.
Yeah.
No big deal.
And, most of the people, what they're looking for, value.
Sure, yeah. But I love how you say it that's not exactly what you do. You
Yeah.
got pissed
I
because
did the right thing.
You were nice to your aunt only to get included in a will, and then you found out she was broke and lied to you the
How
whole
much
time.
you spent $20,000 on a casket because it's the same one that Leona Helmsley was buried in?
Is that a real story?
Yeah. 20 effing G.
No, I love the Leona Helmsley angle of it, not the 20 G's.
And by the way, 2 really, bitchy people.
Is there, what also will piss you off, though?
What?
Even if there's some item, like a piece of furniture or grandfather clock that you didn't want, when you go to one of those vintage furniture stores or vintage stores and you see that stuff for marked up to $1,000, you're like, oh man, I had one of these, you know?
Yeah.
It's every dad with your Bill's starter jackets from 1994.
Yes.
We got a dynamite connection.
It's all about connection.
Kind of breaking, I'm sorry, I said it wrong. Connections.
Oh, that connection.
Kind of breaking for you this morning here on CMF. It's Friday, you know what that means.
Oh, it's time to get a little creepy.
That's right, we got a creep cap coming at you just after 7 o'clock. And I don't mean to be school heavy this week,
All right, what happened?
Well, yesterday around 7 o'clock, we talked about how almost a third of students, period, in New York State are chronically absent. And we tried to get to the bottom of why. You assumed it was kids just skipping school.
Yeah.
And I had a theory that
fun.
It was actually parents that were allowing their kids to stay home for a bunch of different reasons. Well, maybe it would be better, or kids would want to go to school more, if this had changed with the people teaching them.
Oh.
Because here's the thing. This is going to sound like an indictment on teachers, and it's not.
All right.
Because you can't be forced to love your job. But it's how many teachers right now that say they don't like their job.
Really?
This is a problem.
So like burnout?
There's a whole bunch of different reasons, but look, man.
These are active teachers right now.
Teachers that are teaching.
Yeah.
Right now.
Right now. Waiting for your kid.
If they don't like what they do, that's going to have a negative effect. And whether or not you think they have a valid argument, you got to fix this.
Yeah.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
What up?
This is a story we normally wouldn't cover. State money going to this valuable educational resource. But here's the thing.
What up?
You should be using this more, and I should be using this more, and everyone listening should be using this more because it's free.
It's a state resource?
Every community has one.
Oh.
And look, man,
let's start using it.
If you're really upset about how expensive entertainment is, why would you not be at this place 3 times a week?
Oh, yeah. No kidding. Is it free?
Totally free.
Oh, man, I'm in. Sounds great.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. You can make the argument that this is the most valuable resource in every community across America.
Well, let's use it.
Well, we should. But what's funny is I'm going to guess 90% of the people listening to this show have not been inside one of these within the last 10 years.
That's a shame.
And there are some of these in our community that are now getting a lift, and it's important. But if we're really at a point where people are struggling to afford entertainment, which folks say they are, this is always free. It's always free. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. Just after 6:45, we got to have a talk.
About what?
You got to be responsible with weapons.
Yes.
And when we say that, you think gun, and that's important.
That's your number one weapon.
But maybe if you're over 15, you don't even have one of these, because the amount of men we've seen getting arrested with stories involving BB guns, grown-ass men.
Oh.
Grown-ass men. We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. By the way, Kimmy, do we have our final pair of tickets?
Yes, we do. Front row.
Front row tickets.
Oh, boy.
To go see Jeff Dunham and his Boxo Puppets at the Blue Cross Arena. So we will get you those before 10 o'clock today here in the break room on CMF. The Greece and Rochester libraries are getting some money to help them out.
What are they doing?
$1.5 million has been given, spread across these libraries for renovations, things that they need.
Spruce her up.
You got it. And this is a good thing, Tommy, because the library is a vital resource, arguably the most important resource to every community. For some people.
Yeah.
When is the last time either of you went to the library?
Actually, I went recently.
Your grandson doesn't
Yeah, I
count.
was going to say.
Never.
As a kid, I was there all the time. My grandma would take me to all the libraries. We did library tours.
Oh, God.
Wasn't it fun to go to a library that wasn't your town library?
It kind of was. As a kid, it was something I looked forward to. I didn't find it boring.
When is the last time, with the exception of going with your grandson, where your wife dragged you?
I remember I had to print something. So I went there, and then I didn't print it because they wanted 25 cents a copy.
Are you chintz ass
But,
bitch.
but you got to put it in like I was at some buddy booth at a porn store waiting for my fax to come through.
First of all, how bad is that buddy booth where it only costs $0.25?
Well, they weren't really close buddies. No, but it was. I felt like I was in some porn shop.
Yeah, how else would that work?
I thought it was free.
No, because then everybody would use it.
Yeah. Dicks like you just be, I'm going to go.
The book is free. Why is the goddamn copy
Print out
machine print?
100-page websites you didn't realize were 100 pages until it's never ending coming out of
Well,
the
I'll tell you
printer.
what. They didn't get my 25 cents. I took it to UPS.
Take that, nonprofit. So, to your point, Kimmy, I remember as a kid, I would go all the time.
Yeah.
And then when my kids were young, I would take them all the time. They loved it. But now as they've gotten older, I haven't stepped inside a library in years.
Yeah.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. What percentage of people in the greater Rochester area do you think have been inside a library in the last 5 years?
So, of the 800,000 people that live in Rochester,
That have been in the library within the last 5 years?
it's got to be a C here.
You think it's under 10%?
You're talking adult.
Oh, yeah,
Well,
grown-ass
adult,
people.
but you could get young
Whoa.
adults that have been in the library for school. You know what
Okay.
I mean?
All right,
So
studying.
that would eliminate some
I don't
people.
but you don't really need to go to the library to study anymore because
Well,
the internet is that.
Yeah.
You have the
but
your information is in your phone.
Yeah, but I mean,
you.
guessing it, college students use it quite
Okay.
often.
All
You
right.
know?
But don't they have a library at the college?
But yeah, but that's still
That's
a
what she
library.
said.
Oh, I didn't think that. I thought you meant public.
Well, okay, yeah. So I
Oh,
guess if
okay.
we talk
All
public
right.
library,
Well, if
let's
you're talking
do
public
this.
library.
Colleges and prisons don't count.
Let's do this. People over
Okay.
30. What percentage of people over 30 do you believe have stepped foot in their community library in the last 5 years?
Without kids.
I'm going to say under 10.
Can I ask why you're mad at the library?
know.
Right
I'm not
now?
mad
no,
at it.
you have. I'm sensing hostility toward
Mad
the
they charged them
library.
to print.
It's kind of obsolete.
But see, I would disagree, especially right now. It may actually be the best thing every town has to offer.
Like what?
Things cost money.
Yeah.
Everything costs money. You can't walk out of the house now without spending $50. Is that a fair statement?
Oh, it kills you.
Okay, so we don't have a lot of money. Nothing outside of printing a paper for 25 cents in the library costs money. They have free internet. They have free books. And maybe you don't want to read a book because let's say you got maroon shoes on and you're illiterate. You can take out their collection of DVDs and CDs.
Man, DVDs.
But
They're old,
No,
busted ones.
they're not old and busted.
Wow, Rockford Files.
But
People
that's
doesn't know what that is.
But that's also the stuff that you can't rent for free anywhere. You know what I mean? The library may be the only place you can watch that. They have full
House.
a series of certain shows and
That's
stuff.
one of the series that they have.
And that may be the only place you can find it for free, because if you want to rent it somewhere, especially older stuff, it may cost you some money.
You know, it's funny. We've had so many discussions over the last year with these streaming services now changing how they're giving us what they have, right? Prices are going up. Like Kimmy said, shows are being eliminated because they cost too much money. All of that is free. And you can bring those DVDs and CDs home, and you can rip them, and you can save them for life on your devices. If you want to, you will own those. It's free entertainment, and they have an unlimited amount of it.
But don't I have to have a player to watch this stuff?
Well, your laptop will play a DVD, right? Most of the time.
If you have any kind of gaming system too, right?
I don't know. I don't have a gaming system.
I do know, and I can't remember what old show they were watching that they had never watched before, but like one season of it was missing from whatever streaming service they found it on. So they went to the library to find like what season 6 of the show that they got addicted to.
Okay, I know what the problem is.
What's the problem?
I know what the problem is. Well, first of all, I will make a bet. I'm willing to make a bet. And the phone number is 252-WCMF. If the average person listening right now walked into their library today, they would be entertained for at least an hour. And they would have 12 hours of entertainment they'd walk out with.
Like, I don't even know how the library works anymore. I know there's like a system and stuff. And like,
Who doesn't know how the library works?
Guess
I
what?
don't know.
The library system hasn't changed.
It's the same
but
system.
I forgot what that is. What's it, the
Dewey
system?
Decimal System?
Yeah.
System?
I don't even know what that is.
It's just a way they organize the books.
All right, but you got to like pull it out and research and go down
like
the aisle.
alphabetical.
You just follow the numbers.
I'm never good at that stuff, bro.
How about we had to take a whole class when we were in elementary
Everybody
school?
did.
Yeah.
Like,
You got tested on it. I'm never going to work at this place.
No, but you had to know how to find. I mean, like think about what the library was for us. God, I feel like such an old man. I'm not that old. Like, the only way I was going to be able to do like reports and study was to go get that information because I didn't have Google at my fingertips.
Bro, by the way,
and I had to know how to find it.
when like in my generation, like the library was like old school, and the people that worked in it were elderly.
Yeah.
Like, you would go up to this desk and this Eleanor Roosevelt looking old woman, and they were always mean as crap.
Really? I
Yeah,
found
they
the
weren't friendly.
People at the library to be very pleasant
Well, I think because
as a kid.
I think because my generation was so loud.
You guys are very loud. You're right.
Yes. Like there was no volume switch on my generation.
At the risk of sounding creepy, the library that I went to with my kids when they were little, Smoke Show Young Librarian.
That didn't exist. Like that only existed in porn.
Okay, so I could be wrong. But
I literally just said at the risk of sounding creepy, and you had to follow it up with that. Kimmy, I'm sorry.
I feel like we talked about how librarian was one of the higher paying jobs or something because there was a lack of librarians.
Oh.
So like it was one of those things where if you went to school for it, you were going to get a pretty decent gig somewhere.
I mean, it's super niche. You'd have to be super patient, right? You'd have to have, I couldn't.
You had to be quiet.
252-WCMF talking about these local libraries getting a bunch of money from the state. Normally not a story we cover, but like the amount of entertainment for free that exists inside that
But it
library.
is old entertainment.
It's
not.
ancient. But
there's nothing new in there.
No, they buy new CDs. They buy new DVDs. They buy new books.
But that's still got to be stuff that's been released and out. Is what I'm saying. Like
new?
what?
New stuff.
New stuff. Like Netflix puts stuff out every week.
That costs money.
Yeah, but it's not that much money.
It is to some people.
Like $14.
That's that okay, but like Netflix plus Hulu plus like you
it
could
all adds
save
up.
$300 a month. Some people if you wipe that stuff out and just use the library for your entertainment like that.
All right, okay.
I'm not saying
Get caught up on Cheers.
Bro, you want to talk about the old series?
Find out what happened on Moonlighting.
Kimmy has no idea what Moonlighting is.
No idea.
Bruce Willis, by the way.
Go down to the library and find out.
I love how you're saying this.
That's Sybil Shepherd. What an actress.
The amount of, by the way, can I tell you?
Right.
Not to, again, sound like old. I had a weird crush when I was a kid on.
Oh, she
Sybil
was
Shepherd.
beautiful back in the day.
You remember? No, I'm talking like '90s Sybil Shepherd. Do you remember Serial Mom? That really bad movie with Ricky Lake where she played a serial killer.
No.
Mom?
Wait, Sybil Shepherd played a serial killer. Wow. Yeah, she was a smoke show in the day.
All right, now we're deep in the weeds. I know what the problem is with Tommy, Kimmy.
What
with
is
this
the problem
library.
with Tommy?
He sees the library as low end.
Oh, but super low end.
Which is
like
weird.
I see them old men. Yeah, I remember like those old men going in there reading the newspaper. They were too cheap to spend a quarter.
Says man who wouldn't spend a quarter on a printed piece of paper. But it's weird that you see the library as low end because your town has like the highest end library of all time.
I was shocked when I went in there at how nice it was.
Thank you. And by the way,
It's quiet.
What Pittsford did.
Kind of your spot.
It is. He's a human library, except he doesn't know how to read. What Pittsford did with their library may actually be the key to getting people inside other libraries. We're not making this up, because I know this sounds like the most Pittsford joke ever. There's a Starbucks inside the library in Pittsford.
So if you can't afford your streaming service, come in, read a book, and spend $11 on a coffee.
But Tommy, you see those people that go to Starbucks in that library end up finding their way inside the library.
Yes.
I think maybe every library in every town should do something like that.
Well, put
cafe,
some
coffee
food
shop.
or something in it.
Yeah, bait. Use it as bait, Kim.
Yeah.
Like, if you're spending the money to stock this place with the entertainment and the education that you are, why not have one more non-library thing to get them in? Because, like, the fact is, the fewer people that use the library, the larger the argument's going to be to get rid of it, and you shouldn't get rid of a library.
No, it's a vital piece of fabric of America.
It is the most important thing your town has. Oh, my God.
I'm going to say it's the fire department, but you stick with the library. Because everything in that library will go up like a match.
Yeah, but you don't learn how to be a firefighter without books and movies.
Ooh, touche.
I don't know. You go to the firefighting school. You have to go. What do you think? They sent all those guys down to the library first?
Well, they study.
Yeah, but don't they teach you at the academy? The hose and the fire?
If there was only someone we knew that watched a man prepare to be a firefighter. Kimmy, were there books in your house when your husband?
There were quite a few books. Yeah.
All right,
Yeah,
Yep.
It's interesting. You dumbass. Let's take a break.
All right.
All right. I'd like to propose a new law in New York State.
Oh, okay.
If you are over a certain age, you are no longer legally allowed to own this. Because the amount of grown men that we have seen arrested in stories that involve this thing doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense that you would want one of these things.
Were they jerking around? Were they trying to, like, settle a score?
Oh, this one sounds like a score settler.
All right.
And, like, do you think you look tough?
I don't know.
And I guess it's better than the alternative.
Yeah.
We'll tell you what went down just in Wayne County.
Ooh.
Next here in the break room on CMF. Can we have a talk?
Yeah, sure, man. What's going on?
This is a kid's toy. And
Yes.
I guess there's an argument to be made that there are other uses for it. But
back in my day, no grown man touched these things.
it's what you got your 12-year-old for his birthday.
Yeah.
Adult men should not have these.
Mm-hmm.
And if you do happen to have one of these for some reason, no one should ever see it.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock this morning, it's Friday. You know what that means?
We're going to get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep Cab coming at you. And look, I'm going to give you a number that is not good for our kids. And it doesn't involve our actual kids.
Yeah.
It involves the people educating them. Teachers need to like their jobs. And there shouldn't be an argument about, well, they should appreciate blah, 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 blah. That may be irrelevant here.
Right.
Because if this many teachers are saying what they're saying, we have to do something about it.
Are they saying why?
Yes, we have reason.
All right, so there's a fixable solution.
Well,
maybe.
no. There's reasons. It doesn't mean it's fixable.
Okay.
We'll get to the story just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us from Wayne County.
What happened?
A 40-year-old man has been arrested
40.
after police say he fired a BB gun at the windshield of another man during a conflict. We don't know what the conflict was about.
All right.
We don't know how these gentlemen knew each other. We do know this 40-year-old alleged BB gun shooter is charged with criminal mischief. He will have to answer to those charges in court, and that his name will now be attached for the rest of his life to a story on Google with the headline, "Man Faces Criminal Charges for BB Gun Shooting."
BB court.
This is a dumb story.
Yes.
If the allegations are true, why do you have a BB gun as a 40-year-old man?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Now, I know that people are going to call and say that they have one to shoot squirrels and
I
foxes.
shoot varmints.
Yeah, okay, right?
Okay.
But a man who uses the BB gun outside of those specific situations,
Out of anger.
Yeah.
he didn't buy that BB gun to get rid of varmint.
Yeah.
He bought that BB gun thinking of the exact scenario that will eventually.
He's been waiting for this.
It's an intimidator.
Like, you bought the BB gun for the purpose of getting arrested because in your head, that's why you thought you were going to use it. I'd like to make a proposal, and I'd like your thoughts, because you know I value your political opinions. I think it's time for a reverse age ban.
On adult BBM?
Like a max age.
If you're over the age of 18 in New York State, you're no longer allowed to possess a BB gun. And before you say I'm dumb, we have had like 5 stories this year of grown-ass men arrested for shooting other people or other people's stuff with BB guns. And in that period, I don't remember, Kimmy, a single kid being arrested for the same charges. Not to say it doesn't happen, but it doesn't seem to be happening at the rate that grown-ass men are getting arrested for doing things with BB guns.
And they're semi-violent things.
Well, yeah, they could get under your skin and cause a really bad infection.
Yeah.
Take an eye out with it.
But you gotta, we're not going to just let you walk out of here, punk. Me and the fine people at Daisy Mattel Pump Action Little Ranger Rifle now, are we?
But didn't we talk about like some kids in like Chile or something?
No, those weren't kids. Those were grown
Those were
people.
grown
Remember,
we
those
thought
were
they
people
were
in their
kids.
30s. No, you thought they were kids. I argued they were probably adults, and you were like, oh, okay, they're 35.
I was hoping they were kids.
Multiple people in their 30s were arrested for firing BB guns at random cars.
Stand corrected.
And then let's go back a couple of years ago. I know you had to be around for a while. There was that BB shooter that was shooting at cars on highways.
I thought
And you
they
were
never really found
The
out.
390 guy.
Yes, now they didn't find out, Kimmy.
Yeah.
You're right. And Tommy was like, gotta be a kid.
Yeah.
But based on all the evidence we've had in the last couple
Quite
of
the
years.
operation.
And it has, so like guys, like when I was a kid, people had BB guns and you shot them at each other and it was stupid.
Yes.
So these guys must think like, well, I'm not going to get in trouble with a BB
Maybe
gun.
that's it. Maybe they think that there's no punishment for it.
It's just a toy.
Okay, you think you can shoot someone's windshield with a BB gun and not get in trouble?
I'm not saying they're correct in their thinking.
I'm thinking that's the only reason I could think you would do it.
No, but how stupid do you have to be as a grown
Well, you own
man?
a BB gun and you're waving it around.
But look, you bring up kids shooting each other with BB guns, and you're not wrong there. Again, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this 40-year-old man that was arrested out in Wayne County after police say he shot a BB gun at a man's windshield during a conflict. With kids shooting each other with BB guns, that is not good.
Nope.
And they shouldn't do it. But a teenage kid does not have the wisdom and life experience to understand how bad that scenario could get. A 40-year-old man, however, cannot make that excuse.
Mm-hmm.
And going back to the initial story that started this conversation, there are a few details here, if the allegations are true, that we don't have. And those details, Tommy, would give us the full scope of how potentially sad this actually is.
Okay.
Where did this alleged windshield shot by BB guy happen? Because if it happened in the shooter's driveway, that's sad. If it happened outside of their driveway, that's pathetic, because that would mean this BB gun shooter was carrying his BB gun with him outside of the house. You got a holster there, Tex?
BB will hunt.
Do they make holsters for handheld BB guns?
Yeah, because, I mean, they used to, when I was a kid, you could buy those BB pistols.
But like
yeah, I was a little ranger. I had a badge and everything.
How like do they don't have like those 1970s undercover New York City cop?
Oh, you mean like the under the sleeve?
Yeah.
Like under the arm?
Yeah, my old man had one.
I hope.
They on Amazon you could buy a BB gun holster.
Why? What is that for? Why do you need to holster your BB gun?
You don't want to find out, partner.
Well, you know, you're just trying to intimidate the fox outside, right? You walk outside, you take your jet. You want to keep moseying through this yard, buddy?
You believe in Jesus? Well, this probably won't do it.
Like, okay, there's the embarrassment of buying the BB gun to be a tough guy. There's the embarrassment of loading the BB gun, right? But I can't imagine what it must feel like to slide a BB gun
Pull it
holster.
out of your holster. And you know you practice that in the mirror.
Kimmy, just the action of putting your belt through the loop of the BB gun holster.
So that means you practice in the mirror, right?
Well, that I understand. If you're going to have a BB gun, you do the mirror thing.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
I know you're not talking to me.
Kimmy doesn't get that reference.
It's the most famous line in
I
Hollywood.
don't know what you're talking about.
What movie is it from?
I don't know. I just know the line.
All right, good enough.
I stand. No, it's not good enough.
It's at her age, good enough.
All right, let me ask. And then the other detail we need in this story. If this was a passionate, heat of the moment argument that led to the alleged BB shooting, or if this is something that had been brewing.
Like he's going to settle the score.
Yeah, all right, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Tommy, what would be more sad? If this alleged BB gun shooting was something that popped out of nowhere and this man had on him the gun to do the damage, or if this was a brewing issue and because of that, this 40-year-old man brought his BB gun with him just in case it got out of hand.
I'm going to say the latter because it's more premeditated. You had time to think it through.
Okay.
They're both sad. Like the grabbing the gun and overreacting in the moment. But the fact that you had traveled, thought about it, you had time to, no, this isn't a good idea. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Oh, we got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from Al. Al says, you guys are not thinking he's 40. Maybe that's his kid's BB gun, and that was just the closest weapon he could get.
Okay, that doesn't make it any better.
Yeah. If you have to go in your kid's room searching for your weapon.
Like if it's got stickers on it and stuff.
I told you to take care of this thing so I can use it when I need it.
Also, like, if let's say the guy does have kids, right? If the allegations are true,
Right.
how do you explain that to your kids?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
If that's the BB gun,
Not
right?
the greatest example.
Daddy got arrested for using your BB gun. Don't do what Daddy did. Get arrested for using your BB gun.
How about the kid comes up and he wants to play with it and it's now evidence? Yeah, sit down the courthouse, kid.
You know, the other funny thing, too, like, how intimidated do you think the average person would be if they had a BB gun pointed at them?
Well, you wouldn't know.
Yeah, it could be scary.
Good call.
It
Yeah,
could be
you're right.
scary, like thinking it's a real gun.
Yeah, and I would assume it's a real gun, not
Yeah.
a BB gun.
Good call. Okay, let's say in this scenario, for whatever reason, this guy, you get in an argument with somebody because you're just being you.
I hear him loading the BBs into the gun because I think you pour them in.
He points at you, goes, this is a BB gun. You get the hell out of here or I'm going to shoot you. Would you move?
Yeah, not as quickly. Like I guess I wouldn't have that
At least I'm not going to die kind of thing.
crap my britches, I got to
Yeah.
get out of here
Okay.
moment. I would leave.
Yeah, because I don't want to get shot with the thing.
Right.
So you know what's funny? I have been shot with a BB gun
Yeah.
in my younger days,
Yeah.
but I don't remember how painful it was.
Well, usually you had clothes on. It just hit like your shirt and stuff. It just stung.
Yeah, but you got to remember the clothes I wore when I was a kid. None of them were
Very
thick
flimsy.
enough. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
I wore zone jeans. The BBs were getting through that denim.
Well, yeah, but I guess it's going to hurt if you're getting shot at close range. You know what I mean?
Well, yes,
It's gonna
yes.
hurt.
Okay, all right. Look, I guess you can make the argument in this story, if the allegations are true, that you shouldn't have a BB gun as a 40-year-old man.
No.
The biggest reason, because you can have a real gun. And I guess that's where the story gets weird.
Yeah.
Because it's a much better story that this man is allegedly blasting windshields with a BB gun
Yes.
instead of a real gun.
Absolutely.
Right? So the argument that a man over 18 shouldn't have a BB gun would lead to maybe those guys going out and getting real weapons, which could lead to a more dangerous situation. So I don't even know what we're supposed to hope for here. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, the better bad choice is the BB gun.
So then maybe get rid of the reverse age ban and just let these men keep getting arrested for menacing and like
BB on, baby.
True.
Like, what is it?
The better bad decision.
Like when you got to walk into like a Runnings or a Dick's or Bass Pro Shop or whatever and buy more BBs.
Like imagine too if you keep it on you, right? And somebody stops you, sir, you can't have that in here. Oh no, it's just a BB gun. Nothing to see here.
Does that still count? Is that a firearm?
That's a good question.
Can I walk into a store with a BB gun? Probably not.
Like a holstered BB pistol?
Probably not.
There's no concealed carry in New York.
So can I walk? All right, so I can't. What's the rule? I can have it if I can have it on me, but you have to be able to see it?
No, I think it's the opposite. You can't be able to see it. I don't think because
there's a concealed weapon.
You have to have. I don't know.
I don't either.
I don't know. But I don't even know if those rules apply to a BB gun.
I mean, I know people that carry, but you don't see.
Yeah, so it's.
But they have legit guns.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's got to be that.
All right.
Because we've seen people get arrested for menacing for simply just like walking up with a holstered gun and threatening people without the gun. All right, so look, whatever weapon you have, don't shoot it at people.
And just chill out.
Yeah, everyone be cool.
It ain't worth it.
All right, let's take a break.
All right.
It's Friday. You know what that means?
Baby. Yeah, I know what it means.
What's it mean? Tell me.
We're going to get creepy.
All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a creep cap coming at you.
And I think we got some good ones, if they made it.
If they made it.
Somebody got on the cutting room creep floor.
Bro, yeah, you were. There were some.
No, they're in there.
No,
they're the one I'm thinking of.
There were some statements that stopped us in our tracks multiple times.
Yeah, some good ones. With baked goods.
Look, this is a problem. Not the creep cap. That's also a problem. But this specifically, because I know there are going to be people that argue these employees, teachers should be more appreciative of their jobs.
Right.
That things are not as bad as they seem to make it. But that may be irrelevant because these folks that are in charge of taking care of our kids, educating our kids, they need to like their jobs to do it the most effective way. And if they don't, and when you find out this number, it's stunning, something has to be done.
All right.
The question is what? And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This is not good, Tommy.
What happened?
Well, they say a happy worker is an efficient worker.
Well, you got to get more out of the guy.
That's right.
Or gal.
Thank you. And you can argue these workers are the most important people in our society. So if this many of them say they do not like their jobs right now, something has to be done.
Okay.
And it could start with every single parent listening to this show right now.
Because that might be the problem.
Part of it.
All right.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We'll get to that in just a second, but it is Friday.
Oh, boy.
Tommy Muley says a lot of disgusting things. Kimmy has to catch those things. She now has arthritis from touching all of the creep that she puts together. All of the disgusting things Tommy said all week long, jammed into one bite-sized format. It's a creep cap, and it happens now on CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's the creep running down your spine. It's the creep cap on WCMF.
Both of you, I just ate a banana in 30 seconds.
Yeah, but I think that runs in your family. Come on out to man's land, fellas, and come on and have a great time. Have a couple of martinis on the roof, and then we'll give you the wet foot on the back door. Man, a bunch of butts and spats. That was the name
Butts
of the
and spats?
That was the name of the nightclub.
And I get that there are guys who are into that thing. I'm not trying to kink shame over
The
here.
old menstrual pie.
For God's sakes!
Can we say that?
How do you say that costume itself with the blueberry bothered you, and you finish the discussion?
The old menstrual pie.
Oh, God.
Hey, you got it all over the hood of the hot rod.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's only so many things you can do with your hands, right?
Your
run out.
mom's in the room. Lord, bring Nobbler Boy.
Nobbler boy?
That's what it's called over there, a Nobbler. A ye old Nobbler. I think of all the horrible things I've done to my body. Man. Just dating South Florida women. Think how many skank pubes I've ingested over the years.
Man.
I probably got a sweater tangled up in my colon right now of skank South Florida pubes. I got a quilt down there, man. Can't even get it out of my system.
Warmest colon in town. Thanks to my skank pube sweater.
What's a haunty taunty or a walkabout? And your tight slacks. You gotta put on your church slacks, Patrick.
He's doing Connery, but
I'm
Connery's
a
Scottish.
creepy guy in the hallway of your hotel. Nice church slacks, laddie. Melted scuzz-ass swamp cheese. That'd be your mom. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is. The creep cap on CMF. A new study
Yeah, what you got?
from the Pew Research Institute
Yeah.
shows only about half of teachers in the United States like their jobs.
Wow.
So that's K through 12. So today, if these numbers hold true, when your kid goes to school, well, they wouldn't go to school because it's a lot of, okay. When they go back to school, 1 in 2 of their teachers are dreading getting up and dealing with their day. 77% of teachers, almost 80% in this study, say their job is too stressful. 68% describe their job as overwhelming. And what's interesting,
What's that?
the younger the kids are that they're teaching, the more likely the teachers are to say they are stressed and overwhelmed.
With the little one.
Yeah, I would have thought it was the opposite,
Yeah,
just
the
dealing with
punk-ass
punk-ass
teenage.
kids.
Yeah.
But it could be with the younger the kid, the more you're also dealing with parents.
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
You know?
Okay. So, Tommy, there are 2 roads we can go down right now.
What roads are those, Patrick?
The first road would be some people think this job is not as hard as teachers make it out to be, and they're just bitching and moaning, and you need to shut up. And I don't want to have that discussion.
Right.
Because if we went to the phones, we get calls all day about this one teacher who their kid had that sucks hard and blah, 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 blah. The discussion we should have,
What's that?
and we're going to have, is to how to make this better for teachers. Because whether or not you want to hear it or believe what I just told you, how your kid's teacher feels about their job is going to have an effect on the lesson your kid is getting.
Hey, you don't want them to walk.
Past that,
Yeah.
even if they can't walk, let's say they're stuck in a situation where they have to have this job that they dread going to every day. Think about the job that you have, right? Whatever it is. If you are relaxed and you are satisfied, you're putting in a better day of work.
Sure.
You're more in the moment. You want to do better. You are getting more accomplished.
That could vary day to day, though.
You're right. Look, I'm not saying everybody's hitting a
Yeah.
perfect
No,
game.
but
Like,
yeah,
even if
that's
you love your
impossible.
job, there could be weeks where you're just like, no, this sucks. You know?
I get it. But with this number that we have now, that 1/2 of teachers in America say they do not enjoy their jobs, the more we get a satisfied teacher for our kids, the better it will be for our kids.
A happy faculty.
Exactly.
Right.
And to the people like Tommy who don't have kids and say, well, this doesn't affect me and whatever, it doesn't matter. You're wrong. Because the kids in school now, they will grow up, they will go out into the workforce, and they will have jobs that directly affect you.
And then the bridge falls down.
Yes, the bridge
Didn't
falls
pay
down.
attention.
Look, man, an educated society is important for a well-run society. So with all that being said,
All right.
252-WCMF, 252-9263, what the hell can we do to make those 50% of the teachers in America enjoy their jobs again?
I do have a question.
Sure.
How do we know that that's not an improved number?
Oh, good question.
I mean, how do we know that the teachers that we had as kids and teachers before that, like, how do we, maybe they were more miserable?
I don't know.
I did my best.
Well, I mean, look, we have heard, that's a great point. We don't have the numbers
yeah,
from before. That's a
I
great
don't
point.
know.
But we have heard that things have gotten tougher for teachers
Sure,
since
yes,
the pandemic with
you're
everything
right.
that changed.
So are
Definitely more
they,
complicated.
Are they being asked to do more, or is it just stress in general, or is it because stress is such a vague statement.
Well, okay, so again, almost 80% of the teachers say they're stressed out, too
Right,
stressed
so
out.
how do you-
But
Yeah.
half of them say they do not enjoy their jobs. Those are
Right.
two different things.
Okay.
All right. So there's a little clue here, and thanks for the opinion, by the way. What can we do to help them? What do you got?
Well, I mean,
Come on,
stress.
smarty pants.
I mean, stress is in your head, so I don't know how to fix how you feel.
Again, it's not just stress. It's
But I
would
think
be
those two. I
interesting-
think those two are related. If you're not happy,
Yeah.
you're stressed.
Oh no, you can have
They
that
hold
stress.
hands.
Okay.
Where you feel
I can imagine
accomplished.
going. I'm unhappy at my job, but I'm not stressed.
It would be interesting if we could break down like what they say the biggest thing they don't like about their job
Well, it's
is.
interesting you bring that up.
No,
Okay.
do we have those numbers?
Let me share some information with you.
All right.
There's a clue that can help us in this study that found that the longer teachers have been working, the less likely they are to say they like their jobs.
So they're getting burnt out.
Bingo. Newer teachers had the highest rate of satisfaction. So
Yeah, they
what-
come in wide-eyed and excited.
you make them sound so naive when you say that.
But everybody is. But I don't
know what's coming back.
I don't mean naive like you a dumbass. I mean naive like you're excited because you think you're going to change things. You're going to make a difference.
No, that sounds even worse.
And when you spend 20, 30 years in the system and you're not seeing that difference, that could bum you out.
Okay, all right.
I don't think that's I mean, possibly.
But look, it's not. We're just taking shots at a dartboard here.
And I do think so. Well, you.
Oh, let me just give you the rest of this. I'm sorry. So, with the newer teachers having a higher rate of satisfaction, could that be the kids wearing them down? Is that the parents wearing them down? Is it the way the school is structured wearing them down? Because you're right, it does sound like burnout. But
Right.
what is the main cause of that burnout?
Could COVID have something to do with it? Because that was a pretty rough run.
It changed everything for everybody, right? Like very few people
Changed
are
the
living.
NFL. God, we had games on Tuesday. Crazy.
Yeah, remember that?
Oh my God.
Well, I also wonder. If because I know a lot of teachers that have switched jobs because of that burnout, and I think that may have left some.
She's sleeping with one.
That may have left some schools like understaffed, which
Okay.
means like those teachers that are there had to probably teach a few more classes, pick up more work along the way. So a heavier workload could also have to do with that too.
Okay, all right. Well, look, now we got folks on hold. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, the most startling number of the day. 1/2 of teachers in the U.S. say they do not like their jobs. They are not happy at their jobs. Almost 80% say they are stressed out. Almost 70% say they are overwhelmed. And look, whether or not you think it's a valid argument,
Yeah.
they teach our kids. And you do a better job at your job when you are satisfied. What can we do to make this better? Let's talk to Jim. Hey, Jimmy, how are you, brother?
Good. I know a couple teachers, and one of their main complaints is they have a couple years ago they started mainlining students that were either behavioral or emotional problems, and putting them in general population.
Okay, it's not a prison.
And
Well, it's
No,
kind of
no,
like
but
kid
it used
prison
to
in a
be-
way. It's like a day prison.
these kids used to have a one-on-one.
No, I know. It's just
you
the way you said it, Jim. It's funny. If they're back in general population, they
Yeah,
were in
no,
isolation,
exactly.
and he was getting his 3 meals a day.
So a lot of times the teachers end up spending their day focusing on the one kid to the cost of the other kids, and it's not a fun fun gig sometimes. It just gets to be overwhelming.
Okay, so I understand that. But, Jim, you bring up the kids, right? The kids are when I hear that sentence, I see that less as a kid problem and more of a resource problem, right? Because if they're putting the kids back in these, as you put it, general population, look, it's not the kids' fault that they got these behavioral issues, right? There could be things going on. We know a lot more about kids' psychology.
And there's always bad kids, right? I mean, or kids that have issues in school. Yeah.
I mean, Jim, I hear
sitting in a room with one of them.
I hear two of them. I hear that more as, the school isn't structured well enough for the teachers to do their jobs the way that they need to.
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing. They're trying to make it equal for everyone, regardless of the child's behavior or abilities. But to have a teacher with 30 kids have to focus mostly on that, yes, it's definitely administration. It's a lawmaking kind of deal, and they're understaffed. And
Jim, I'd like to talk about a lawmaking kind of deal. It sounds like you're writing a soul music about how the government works.
Good God.
It's a lawmaking kind of deal. Lay it down.
I am Justin Bill, but no, it's not the teachers, it's not the kids. It's lack of staffing and lack of resources.
All right, Jimmy, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Why are you making a face?
Well,
why are you making a face? Don't be a dick.
I'm not going to be a dick.
You're going to be a dick. I can feel it.
And I will say this. I think the majority of teachers are female, correct? In the United States?
Yes. So if you want to talk about majority, yes.
Overall.
There's definitely more.
Teachers. Yes.
And I think women in these positions are very. Hold on. You didn't even let me finish.
I don't know. I don't know where this is going.
I can see the stupid smile on your face.
I'm scared.
What?
No, go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
I think women in these positions with kids are very emotionally invested in these children.
Okay.
And when they don't see the payoff, they don't see it paying off. I think they take it home with them. I think a male teacher.
You don't think male teachers care about their students?
Different. I understand
Why?
they care about their job, but they're not as emotionally.
No, you didn't say student. You said job.
Well, job, whatever. Teaching job. I don't think the male teacher is
I don't think
emotionally.
you get into teaching without having that.
I'm just saying. I think the guys probably don't take it home with them as much as the ladies do.
That's interesting because, again, we have someone in the room that can give us an insight into this because your husband was a teacher.
Yes, he was.
And he got out of that job because it was very stressful for him, right?
Yeah.
Did he not care about those kids?
I guess he didn't, according to Tommy.
Was he burned out? Did he get out and he was burned out because it wasn't caring about the kids?
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure if he didn't care, he probably would not have ever left the job, right? Because he wouldn't be stressed.
I don't know.
That's what I'm telling you. You don't know.
I think women are care more than men do about their jobs, especially with children like that.
Then why didn't every teacher you ever had quit? This man, he's just hopeless. He's so hopeless. I'm not doing my job.
I don't think that's a bad statement.
Yeah, because you made it, stupid.
Yeah, I stand behind
But why
it.
would that change now?
I don't know.
If that was your theory.
I love you.
Maybe because these women that have been now 20, 30 years, it's catching up with them. It's boiling over. They can't take it no more. She's got to go home. She's got to pick up after him and do all the other stuff.
Oh my God!
He sits on his ass all day.
No.
He retired. He doesn't do a goddamn.
Jolene. 252 WCMF. I see you guys on hold. I know you think you're being progressive. I know you think that you're doing this thing where you lie out on a cross for women. Women, I take arrows.
I was sticking up for my sisters, man.
You're saying essentially that women are emotional creatures that can't handle their jobs because their emotions just take over and I can't handle it, and that's insulting.
They can't let it go.
That's what I just said.
But I think men can let things go.
Okay.
They go home, they get a BB gun, and you go shoot your neighbor.
You're the pettiest, most grudge-holding man I've ever met.
I don't
There
count.
are places in this building you avoid because you have such a grudge.
It's my ex-wife's cubicle. That's it. And any of her friends.
252 WCMF 252-9263. One half of teachers in America say they do not like their jobs.
Yeah.
And whether or not you think it's valid, it's something that has to be fixed.
You're right.
Let's talk to Rob. Hey, Rob, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing this morning?
Good, man.
Good. Hey, so listen, there's some things that people don't realize when it comes to the teaching profession. A lot of people, when they get sick, what do you guys do? You just call out of work, hey, I can't come in today, can't make it.
Yeah.
Well, teachers, they still got to get up. They got to get their lesson plan ready for the day, their sick lesson plan. They got to physically go into the school, get the classroom prepared still. My wife was a teacher for 8 years before she burned out. And they still got to go into the school, drop those lesson plans off for their substitute, make the copies for the lesson plan for the day. They're working 2 hours at the crack ass of dawn before they can go back home, crawl back into bed, and get better.
Okay, so you're saying too much was expected of your wife.
Well, think about any type of public service employee. The majority.
Sure.
Your cops, your firefighters, your paramedics, teachers.
I don't know. I saw my dad take a lot of
social
sick
workers.
days.
They do like their sick days, but they're all underpaid and overworked. In addition, though, teachers are salaried. Some of those positions are hourly, so it doesn't matter how much time they put in or don't put in; they're still getting the same underpaid rate.
Sure.
In addition, they come home, they're grading, they're lesson planning. My wife would be working sometimes till 10, 11 o'clock at night, grading, lesson planning, doing referrals for kids who are going to end up needing IEPs and stuff.
Sure. All right. Well, Rob, let me ask you, because you sound like a really nice guy, and I do feel your wife's pain here. But is it possible, Rob, that your wife is working that late to avoid having to have sex with you?
No, usually the other way around.
Okay, great. Wow, wouldn't have said that out loud. Wouldn't have said that.
That's not the answer.
All right, so Rob, with all the information you gave us, that in your opinion, having witnessed it in your own house, what's the solution here?
I think there needs to be better staffing, and there needs to be better support systems for teachers.
We need more burnt out people.
Right now, what's that?
We need more burnt out people.
We need more burnt out people. I think though we need more resources within the school for teachers to go. I think that we need perhaps not maybe more teachers, but more teacher aides in each classroom. You put 2 teachers or at least 1 teacher and a support teacher in that can help build those lesson plans. That'll take some of that out of the school stress off of them. And
you just got to raise taxes. Everybody loves that.
Yeah, right. That's and no one wants that. I get that too. Trust me, I don't want it either.
He's doing the taxes. Rob, thanks for the call, buddy. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you.
It is funny to me, just based on I just feel like when I graduated college, those few years there where so many people were becoming teachers, and they all got denied jobs in schools. For years, they could not find jobs, so they moved on to something else. Yep. And now it's actually, we kind of need you guys now,
Here's a third of what you're going to make now. Yeah. Could you come back and do this again?
Yeah, and it's just crazy how that all worked out, where it feels like this. I never saw this becoming a problem, schools being understaffed.
Okay, so as we wrap this up,
all right, what we got?
Maybe you have not been alarmed by the fact that 1/2 of teachers say they don't like their jobs, that 80% say they're stressed out, that 70% say they're overwhelmed.
Yeah.
This number should alarm you.
This is the worst of it?
Yes.
Whatever.
1 in 3 American teachers say they were at least somewhat likely to look for a new job next year. And of those teachers, 1/2 of them said that job would be completely outside of education.
So they're done.
Oh, yeah.
They're done teaching.
I would think you totally go into something new if you're burnout.
And what makes that number even more scary in the state of New York. We found out last year, Tommy, that there are a massive amount of teachers in the state over the next decade or 2 that will be retired.
Yeah, they're aging out.
So already that is going to lead to a massive shortage of teachers if something wasn't done, catastrophic shortage. So you have that, and then you have the fact that 1 in 3 teachers say they're somewhat likely to look for a new job next year.
School's closed.
School's closed. You're smiling about that.
Get the AI teacher in there. The fake teacher. You could do that.
No, you can't. How do you?
You had the fake teacher.
Okay.
It's just a lesson plan, right?
How does AI work?
How did your
It's
brain come up with that solution?
It's a fake looking person that sounds real.
Fake looking person.
By the way, that person.
Would they be a real looking person?
They don't get sick.
Yeah.
They don't complain about nothing because they're not real.
So your solution to fixing burnout teachers is to eliminate their jobs completely.
Well, hey, you better watch your step. Technology could bite you in the ass, kiddo.
I love how you started this with sympathy in women, and you finished it with, hey, you know what? You don't like it? Get the hell out of here.
But they could pull that move, man. It could happen.
I'm done talking to you. I'm done talking.
With automation, man. Robo-teacher. I saw the movie.
What? You saw Robo-teacher?
Yeah, man. It's really bad.
All right, let's take a break.
What?
This story will be a lesson to everybody.
Oh.
Because look, everyone has weird rules about who they're going to let in when they're merging on a street, who they're going to slow down for to let them turn out in front of them when they're driving. And
wait people in.
Yeah. Maybe you should be a little more lax so you don't end up in the situation that this person found themselves in out on the east side.
Oh.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. It is the simplest kind thing you can do on a daily basis.
Well, we should do it.
Who among us hasn't had to get over in traffic and needed to rely on the kindness of a stranger to give us the way?
Yeah.
But, Tommy,
What?
people can get weird about who they're letting in. And they are the president of the lane in that moment. That's a lot of power, right?
Yeah.
All right. So, for those who can be a little particular about who gets the lane change blessing, this story is a reminder of how out of control things can get if you try and stiff arm the wrong person. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, you hear sultry voices every day.
Yeah.
Is that doing it for you?
No.
When I talk like this. But you can also watch us.
Watch us talk.
That's right. You can see Tommy's pant leg rolled up by accident, you bitch.
What happened?
Go fix it right now. No, what happened?
fix it.
What happened?
Now you can see my ankle.
Log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com. Oh, your mic's off. What'd you say, Kimmy?
Said, lucky us.
Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. The Break Room WCMF on YouTube or Twitch. Get our live stream on. That's right. Brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Check out their caramel apple amble. Damn it.
Amble.
Amber.
Thank you. Caramel apple
Amber.
Amber Ale, made with New York State apples and malted barley. Tastes like fall in a glass.
Ooh, doesn't want that.
So go see our good friends at Three Heads Brewing with your friends from 96.5 WCMF. This story comes to us from Pittsford, Palmyra Road in Parrington. A lot of alliteration this morning.
Yeah.
Around 4:30 in the afternoon, there was a car accident involving a victim and a 30-year-old man.
What happened?
Authorities say the gentleman sideswiped said victim with his car while they were driving. But the accident may not be just a normal accident.
Yeah, you said victim.
Police say the man was trying to merge left,
Yeah.
and the victim would not let them in.
Wasn't having it. What a dick.
Your old standoff.
So that led to the
Squeeze out.
Sideswiping, it seems.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10th Avenue squeeze out. It was bad. Da, da, da. But we're not done with the story.
What happened?
Authorities say after the collision, the 30-year-old man approached the victim, who was still in their car. And they say the 30-year-old pulled the door handle off the victim's vehicle and then began to kick the passenger side window.
Holy.
Wait, the window?
The window started to kick the window. Now, it doesn't look like the window broke, so maybe you should get to the gym. 30-year-old guy.
Well, he did get the handle off.
The 30-year-old suspect was arrested, charged with fourth-degree criminal mischief. That person has a court date coming up. So here's the thing.
Yep.
There is no justifying what this man is accused of doing. However, all of this would have been avoided if this victim just let the man merge into the left lane.
Okay, so the merger was the aggressor.
Yes,
okay.
yes, the man that was not let in.
I don't know why I had it the other way, because it made more sense to me the other way around. Like
Yes.
this person merging
My
hit my
apologies.
car. I would be. That's the person that should be pissed, right?
Yes, I may not have been clear. I'm sorry. The person trying to merge was the aggressor.
Okay.
But here's the thing. If they had just let them in, this victim, they wouldn't have a mark on the side of their car from the collision.
Yeah.
They would still have a door handle, and they wouldn't have a footprint on their window. Yeah. Like that 5 seconds.
Was it worth it?
Yes, that 5 seconds, Kimmy, they would have lost in their commute letting them over would have saved you not only a terrifying experience, but an insurance deduction.
Yeah,
and you would think it would kick in like, I don't want anything to happen to my car, so I'm just gonna let this person in. Like the ability to just be like, I don't care in this moment. I'm sacrificing my car. I'm not letting this person in. You know?
Yeah. Like, that you're going to stand your ground.
Yeah,
you're
I'm
going to
standing
stand
my
on
ground.
business.
It's always a
I'm
measuring
willing
contest.
to put my car at risk. Yeah.
Folks have weird rules, Tommy, about who they'll let in when driving.
Yeah.
And there's never any rhyme or reason to it. Because, like, in the moment, you'll make a decision whether or not that person that wants to get over is worthy. And you can't shake someone from whatever decision they were going to make.
No, because let's say you're coming up on a construction site and you have to, like, the lanes end, right? And, like, everybody is already starting to move over. And then somebody comes zipping way up and wants to squeeze
skippers.
over. Yeah. That guy, nobody wants to let in.
I ain't letting that guy in.
Right, but you should.
No.
See?
That's the one guy you shouldn't let in.
Because
That guy's...
you broke the rules
No, you did.
proper lane etiquette.
You know why he's arguing for this? Because he's that dick. He's that dick that'll try and blow
I
past
also
20
I didn't
cars.
see the arrow.
My ass, you didn't see it.
I also think everybody that becomes like the lane blocker deserves an award.
Oh, when
You
you,
know what I mean?
you squeeze the
Well,
guy
like you'll
out.
see somebody with like a big truck like move out so people can't zoom past the line. Like everybody like nods their head. Yes.
So this
that
used to
man that man or woman, they're a hero.
So this used to happen at Darien Lake a lot. So Darien Lake mostly for concerts. Like a lot of bikers, take their, ride out to Darien Lake for a show, right?
Yeah.
So when Darien Lake had that one gate, because there was one gate, like everybody took that back way to Darien Lake. It might have been 5 and 20.
Okay.
And that was like the secret way of getting into Darien Lake that everybody knew about. Well, bikers would like ride up along the curb or the shoulder.
Yeah.
And then start cutting into the gate, and it would piss people off a lot. Like they would get really hot.
I don't know why that wouldn't bother me as much. It just feels like
bother you?
No, because they're not like taking up as much room. It's
No,
not
but they're cutting you off from getting in.
It's keeping you from getting in.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You want to go see your show.
Oh, like to the parking lot, you're saying?
You're going to a
okay.
show at Darien Lake, and all
Gotcha.
these bikers are all lining
Yeah.
up, and there could be like 10 of them.
Yeah.
Because they came as a group,
Yeah.
and now they're squeezing you out. People would lose their crap.
But I think that's justified. I think it's justified. Like, as I sit here and I say, you should let the person in to avoid conflict, I also have those things, like everybody does, where it's like, you ain't getting in. Like, with this story we have out in Parenton of this person getting their car swiped, their door handle ripped off, and their window kicked by this man who they were not letting merge in. You don't really realize, 252-WCMF, 252-9263, how weird your merge rules are. Until somebody is in your passenger seat. No, because like even in the moment you think you're right. It takes an outside person, like a friend, a partner. Either they can't understand why you're not letting that person in, or they're furious that you decided to let that person in.
Yeah, they shame you.
Yeah.
Exactly. But here's the thing. This will happen with my wife every once in a while because I got my rules, all right?
Yeah.
And my rules are the right rules.
Okay.
And she'd be like, why are you not letting them in? And I don't even address it with her anymore. Like, it's too complicated for you to understand.
Yeah.
All right? There are rules of the road, and this is not happening.
See, I have the opposite of my car. Like, let's just let them in. And my wife will say, no, they broke the rules. They should not be let in. They should not let them in. I'm like, what do I care, man? Like, maybe he should go to, like, driving summer school or something. Just let the dude in.
No, my wife is just like you, right? And it drives me insane because we're going to be here all effing day. She'll let everybody in. She'll stop. She'll park her car. If there's someone 10 miles down the street that's got to make a left. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I usually keep a lawn chair in my trunk just to sit out and relax.
There are certain types of people that will make the decision all the time. The same decision all the time.
Oh, wait, what?
Like, let me give you an example. There are always goers, like you. Anyone that needs to come in can
Go.
come aboard. And that is the safest way to be.
Yeah.
But if you get caught behind a goer in traffic, it will drive you.
Yeah, because then they lay on the horn and start getting on your ass.
Well, like, look, if the lane next to you on 390 is moving at triple the speed, and this guy is calling his friends to come find him and merge into this lane, I'm losing my effing mind. And then there are the never-goers. Folks that will never let a single person merge in front of them ever.
It's a contest.
And they're monster dicks. And the worst part about those people is, like, when you're trying to get over and they're just inching up just to be a dick, they'll never make eye contact with you.
Of course not.
There's this idea in their head that if they keep looking forward, they're invisible.
I don't see you.
Right? And, like, here's the thing. I'm most likely going to end up right behind you. So if I am some kind of psycho like this guy was allegedly in the story, you're making your life a lot harder.
Yes, you are.
And I guess most people fall somewhere in between.
I always say, what would Jesus do? Would Jesus let that person merge? Of course.
I don't know what Jesus' traffic. They didn't have cars. I don't know what his.
No, but they had traffic. They had ox carts and everything else.
Ox carts?
Jesus waved everybody. Go. Trust me, man. I could do whatever I want. Go.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, we're talking about this scary story out in Parenton. A man was not allowed to merge left because of a person keeping them from going. He sideswiped their car, according to police. He then got out of the car, ripped their door handle off, and kicked their window. That 30-year-old man was arrested. All right, Robert's got the rules of merging.
Bobby's got it.
He's going to break it down. He's on CMF. Hey, Robert, how are you, buddy?
Good morning.
Yo.
So consider this, and I don't know what road they were on in Carrington, 2-lane road, or you mentioned 390 being on an expressway, three-lane road.
Sure.
You're in the lane. You have the right of way. You're in the lane. Okay. If you need to accelerate, if you need to merge, you should be accelerating. Speed up. Get in front of the traffic and find yourself a spot and merge.
Okay, so Robert, can I ask you a question? Are you calling from the International House of Dicks? Because it's a pretty dick take, Rob. Pretty dick take.
No, it's not a dick take. It's the law.
It's the law.
You're not following the law. Are you done? Are you done?
You have the lane. You have
Bobby
right
the
of
lane
way.
dick.
I
run
got
this
your
lane.
Dick right here, buddy.
I've been running this lane for 40 years.
You have the lane, and if you're slowing down, to merge, you're backing up everybody behind you. You're the cause of the doggone traffic jam.
The doggone traffic jam! All right, Robert, like, here's the thing. I guess what you're saying is true, right? I can't argue with the logic of it, but you can't tell us that you've never been that guy that gets stuck all of a sudden and has to get left or right, right? Like, what happens then? Do you sit there, do you park your car and go, well,
it's the law.
You'll have to wait till 9 o'clock.
No, I'll answer you, and you know what happens is I go into the breakdown lane. Where am I going to go? I don't stop. I'm on an expressway
So you're
or I'm
driving
on
to
a
the
road.
shoulder.
I don't stop. I just go into the breakdown lane, and accelerate to try to find a place to merge.
So you're just cutting cars off then that are waiting in line.
No. If I can't, if you're on my left and you don't move over, right? You can't move over, whatever reason.
Yeah, these guys stuck.
I got to merge because my lane is going away.
Mm-hmm.
Where do I go? I go in the breakdown lane. Where am I going to go?
Well, you could just slow down and wait for a break in the action and pull out.
Well, the problem with slowing down is now you're backing up everybody behind you. You're trying to keep traffic flowing.
He's trying to keep it flowing, man. Robert's a flow guy. He's all about the flow.
I'm a flow guy.
He's flow rider, baby.
Robert, thanks for the call. You go home right now. Go home. That guy's a dick.
Of course he is. As soon as I hear it's the law.
All right, 252 WCMF. Andy says he's got his rules. All
Merging
right?
the law.
Everybody seems to have their own rules, which is part of the problem.
But like Robert is a name that you would assume he's a dick with traffic. Is Andy a dick?
Oh,
name?
yeah.
Oh, you think so?
Oh, yeah.
Well, let's find out. He's on CMF. Hey, Andy, how are you, buddy?
Good, how you guys doing?
Uh-oh.
Just what is the responsibility is the guy merging? So that jerk that went to the side, that's his fault. It's your responsibility to merge in safely.
Okay.
When it comes to merges on the long stretch, in upstate New York, I've driven a lot of places, I've lived a lot of places. There's a lot of unnecessary backup because people don't take the lane that's closing down all the way to the end. There's a reason why it's designed the way it is.
Sure.
In order to have people move in.
That's
and if you
law.
zipper in one at a time, no, it's not about the law. It's just about convenience.
it's merging
If people
the law.
go in
We
one
just,
at
like
a
saying,
time.
we just like saying it's the law.
That's
Can you
the
just let
law.
us do
I
our
know,
thing,
right?
Andy? You're kind of being a dick.
Yeah. No, it's just like I spend a lot of time on the roads, and it's really kind of frustrating because you have these really, really long backups that are unnecessary because there's still two lanes, and the one lane's still clear for another half mile. I mean, they designed the merge for a reason.
Like,
People
Andy,
should be
well, let me
using that
ask
way
you,
the
though,
whole
at that
time.
point, like, if people aren't following, like, your idea, do you, like, roll down the window and yell, I'm like, hey, the lane goes to the end of the lane. What are you doing over there? Hey, rah!
No, I mean, everyone's entitled to drive how they want to drive. Everyone learns to drive different ways. But, the point is that a lot of times people are sitting in a line for way longer than they need to if they actually just, use the other lane all the way until the merge and then merge 1-1-1-1-1 instead of everyone getting over and leaving one lane blank and some guy trying to pull over halfway just to prevent people from using the rest of the road.
All right, well, Andy, thank you for the tips, buddy. I really
A lot of
appreciate
lane passion today.
Lane passion!
There's not an open phone line right now.
Well, bro, we're talking
Traffic,
merging, Kimmy.
We're talking traffic and law.
Do my WCMF. We're talking about letting them in. When do you let them in? Coming off of the story out in Parrington of a violent incident that happened when a man was not allowed to merge. All right, so we've had a Robert. That guy was a dick.
Yeah.
Andy, kind of a dick, but a little bit cooler than
Yeah,
Robert.
yeah.
But now we got a Rob.
A Rob.
Is Rob a dick name?
It could be.
Rob could be a lane
Rob
dick?
could go either way.
All right, let's find out if Rob's a lane dick. He's on CMF. Hey, Rob, how are you, buddy?
Hey, good morning.
Hey.
Hey, so I drive a truck from Henrietta, Pittsford, right down Jefferson Road every day.
Okay.
And there's two areas where what you're talking about happens, where the right lane ends right at Clover Street by the new Y.
Yep.
And every day when I'm heading down the road in my truck, I always look in the right mirror because there's some jerk that I can spot
He's a dick.
speeding up trying to beat me. Right, he's a dick.
No, I was talking about you, Rob. Go on. I'm sorry.
I am not. Now, I know driving a truck, I'm not going to outrace anybody.
No.
So I'm not going to be that guy. But I know that there's no room for the guy in front of me. That traffic goes pretty slow. I see this guy speeding up, and he's going to try and shoehorn himself in between me and the guy in front of me. There's no room. So what I will do sometimes is move over so they can't get in. And
Rob's the lane hero. He's the lane hero.
I will do that because to me, I'm preventing an accident because there's nowhere for this guy to go. He may not be able to see that because I may be blocking him. He can't see past the truck. But
is that legal? Is that an illegal traffic move?
What are you asking if it's part of the law?
That's right. To do what you just did.
Well, let's put it this way. What's better? not obeying a potential law but causing an accident, or potentially blocking somebody from causing.
But that's
an
not your
accident.
job.
No, it's the
You're
same.
You're not the lane
Unwritten
cop.
rules.
But Tommy,
Tommy.
it's the same ethical question. Should a man go to jail for stealing a loaf of bread for his starving family?
Oh,
It's the
that's a good-
same
all right.
thing.
Okay.
And by the way, at that point, there's no lanes. It's the lines have ended, and it's already starting to merge in, and that's when I do it. It's not like at that point there's still lanes, and I'm that guy being a dick. So, and there's still guys that will outrace me and drive along the curb because
Really
they
cool
won't
guys.
stop.
Robert, we talked to him a second ago.
Yeah.
I got to go into the breakdown lane. By the way, now, has anyone ever called it the it's the
No.
shoulder? You call
Yeah,
it the
the
shoulder.
breakdown lane.
Rob, thanks for the call, buddy. I
Keep
really
on
appreciate
trucking,
it.
buddy.
You got it.
Oh, you dick
I
or
think,
not?
I think
Nobody likes us right now. You know that, right?
Don't be a dick.
I think we found where they whining this week.
Oh,
You
yeah.
ain't kidding.
On the road.
You ain't kidding. So, Kimmy, wait. You hear what Rob just said, and you think that's a dick?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Kimmy, you said he's a hero.
Oh, I totally appreciate when you're stuck in like that long line of traffic and you just see these people like whizzing by you to get to the front, right, where it's merging.
So you're straddling the lanes,
And if there is
basically.
somebody,
Lane
if
straddling.
there's
Yeah.
somebody behind me and I see them pull out into the lane, then other lanes, so people can't get by, I'm proud of that person.
my
they
question
stepped
is-
up for the rest of the group.
Is that a legal maneuver?
Probably not.
Or if a cop saw you do that, could you get a
Well, I
ticket
don't
for blocking
I
traffic?
don't know, because you're just going really slow in a lane.
Yeah.
No, but
Right?
you're in two lanes, which I
Yep.
can't drive in two
Well, no,
lanes.
they may have gone fully into that other lane. I don't know.
I don't know.
Well, look, the bottom line is this. For a healthier, happier, safer driving
What do you
experience,
do? What do
just
you
let
do?
him in.
Let him in.
Yeah, but
let
I'm
the other guy win.
Yeah.
Sissy boy. You're going to let him just cut you off all the rest of your life, get pushed around?
Everybody on hold, we got to move on. I'm really sorry. We don't have the time to talk to all 9 of you that want to yell about traffic lane changing. All right, this story is bothersome.
Bothersome.
Not because of the actual story, but because it's going to give certain jerks the opportunity to avoid doing something that you are obligated as a citizen to do.
Oh.
I'm not talking voting.
Okay.
If you, as a child, trick-or-treated, or you yourself had kids that trick-or-treated,
Yeah.
it is on you to hand out candy for Halloween.
Yeah.
Yet this story will be cited as the reason why. You know what? This is the year I'm not doing it anymore.
Oh,
Can't do
okay.
it. I'm not doing it.
All right, they ruined it for everybody.
And we'll tell you why people will have the argument, well, I'm not. I can't even afford it. We're going to do it next on CMF. Don't do it.
Do what?
Don't use this story as an excuse to rob children of their rights.
Oh, okay.
Because if you are someone who did this as a child, or you had kids yourself, you do not have an excuse, no matter what happens in this story, to not do this yourself. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Halloween is, 3 weeks away?
Yeah, coming up, right? End of the month.
A new report from Wells Fargo this week says that thanks to a shortage of cocoa beans, Halloween candy prices are going up, up, up.
Damn, so they ain't got enough chocolate.
This is according to the story, yes.
That's all chocolate candy.
Yeah, you got it.
Delicious chocolate.
So you see that headline, you go, oh, no. So you click on the story to read what's going on. Here's what's weird about the story. Wells Fargo doesn't say how much more expensive the chocolate has gotten.
Oh, okay.
They're just saying it's going to cost more. But that's an issue because there's a difference between a 5% increase on a $6 bag of candy and a 40% increase on a $6 bag of candy. So, a couple of things here. One, this isn't something you actually have to report on because unless you tell folks that candy's more expensive, no one would have known.
No, probably not.
You have no idea what you spent on candy last year.
And especially that amount of candy, you just kind of, you probably have an idea in your head, but it's not like you write it down every year.
But it's one of the few quick purchases that you will bitch about in the moment, and then as soon as Halloween's over, you will completely forget and put it out of your mind what you spent. Can either of you tell me what you spent on candy last year?
No.
Kimmy?
We didn't buy much because we didn't really get any trick-or-treaters. I think we only bought a bag of candy, but I don't even know what that was. I have no idea.
Okay. But the bigger issue here.
What's up?
All this story is going to do is give dicks who weren't going to give out candy a flimsy excuse not to give out candy.
Or give out crappier non-chocolate candy.
Yeah.
Which is the sucky candy.
Freaking Tootsie Rolls.
Smarties.
Bit of honey.
Ugh.
Licorice.
Do Bit of Honey still exist?
I haven't seen those in a long time.
Maybe in museums.
Can we get a Google on the Bit of Honey?
It's the worst candy of all of them. It's that Depression-era candy.
And that's not time and place. That's it gives you depression when you have Bit of Honey.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, you used to buy it, so I'm assuming
For
it's still
who?
out there.
Who is that for?
Your grandmother.
No, but
she came over.
But think about this. My dad, came of age in the 70s. He's a grandfather. He doesn't eat Bit of Honey.
No, it was my father's generation. They like licorice and Bit of Honey. Tootsie Roll was a big one. Yeah.
But those people are all dead. So who's buying this stuff now?
Death by Bit of Honey.
So here's the thing. You're sitting here and you're going, candy. You are that dick.
What are you talking about?
That is looking for any excuse to not hand out candy. You are trying to find any flimsy reason to bail on
Well, my wife's going to buy the candy.
But it's not even about the price you're spending on the candy, I'm guessing. You just don't want to do it, period. You just want to shut off your lights and be that house.
Yes.
But Kimmy, he can see this story and use this story and be like, well, you're not candy.
It's too much.
Too much. The prices of things are out of control.
But they're saying that they're running out of cocoa beans. We're literally running out of candy in this country.
No, didn't say running out. They said that there's a shortage. There's plenty of candy. I don't know if you've been to any grocery store over the last 2 months.
Right.
You also do, because there are people that they buy the candy and then they kind of look forward to having a little left over for themselves.
Yes.
You don't even do that.
No.
There is you get nothing out of Halloween.
No. It's a pain in the ass. It's begging.
So here's the rule.
With a mask.
Here's the rule. If you trick-or-treated as a kid.
And I did.
Or if you had kids that trick-or-treated, which you didn't, but you trick-or-treated as a kid, you are obligated to hand out candy until the day that you die.
Well, obviously we're going to do it.
No, but if you were living alone, you wouldn't.
No, I did.
Yeah, if your kid came knocking on my door, I would expect you to open it for my kid in the future, right?
I did it in Webster. I did when I had my own place. I did hand out the candy if I was home.
You sat outside and smoked a cigar.
And I played the Pull My Finger fart CD. The kids loved that.
If you ever trick-or-treated in your life, you never will have an excuse until the day you die.
When is the check-off time when I don't have to do
When
this?
you die. When
No,
you die.
I don't think elderly people should be required to hand out your punk-ass child a trick-or-treat.
Why? They went trick-or-treat. If you went trick-or-treat as a kid, you have to. There are exceptions.
I didn't go to old people's houses.
Yes, you don't know what old people were back in the day. People that were 30 were old to you, and you were so old, people didn't live that long. Life expectancy was 47 years old.
So you're saying at my age, on a fixed income, with my Social Security check, and I could barely afford food now.
Oh, my God.
I got to take the Lyft bus and get the candy.
You have to.
In my little basket.
Yes, you have to do it. You have to do it. The only exception would be if you literally can't get out of your chair to go hand out the
You
candy.
say it takes me 10 minutes to get up, so that kid's going to be gone.
Or there's a religious exception which prevented you from trick-or-treating when you were a kid.
My religion is kind of a,
Yeah, what's your religion?
The First Church of Chintz.
How do you not feel guilty even thinking about not doing
I do it.
No, that's not the question. How do you not in your head realize that because it was done for you, you have to do for them?
I know, but I don't want to.
Why?
It sucks.
Why does it suck? I always
'Cause I
enjoy
never had
it.
I know, I was going to say, there are people that look forward to this. And I remember, like, a lot of people your age in my neighborhood growing up, like, they were excited because, like, their kids were out of the house. Like, it was kind of like their, I don't know, like, their little chance to interact with, like, younger kids in the neighborhood,
But I never had
just,
kids.
Yeah.
I never had kids.
Like, you don't open the door and you're not, it's not like the adorable kids in the costumes
like they get
are fun.
disappointed when kids don't, when they don't get a lot of kids coming through.
So our operation at my house is my wife does the candy, I hold the dog bag.
Okay. Dog duty.
Yes, because I'm not a good, pleasant person.
No, he's human dog duty. You're right. Not a good, pleasant person.
I'm not a pleasant person. I know this.
I just don't get how kids, when you see kids dressed up all
It is
excited.
cute.
No, I don't. How it doesn't melt you immediately.
They look cuter in your yard.
And
I like the little ones. The little ones are adorable. But when they start getting punk-ass smug age.
But that's when the costumes get better.
No, but then I can see their attitude when they're coming up. These entitled little twerps. I'm out.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. Again, a study by Wells Fargo says that Halloween candy is more expensive this year than it's been.
Too
and
much.
They say it's because of a shortage of cocoa beans this year. But they don't say in the story how much the price of chocolate has gone up.
Yeah.
So it's it could have not changed. If just Wells Fargo saying it went up, people would have been like, see, it's up. And you wouldn't know because you don't know what you spent on candy last year. My wife already bought all our Halloween candy.
Really?
Oh, wow.
Well, it is out. It's
Well, you
been
probably
out.
get a ton because you got a young neighborhood.
Yeah.
We do, but I hate buying it this early. And in protest, I am slowly, without her knowing, because she's at work now, eating the candy behind her
It'd
back.
be hard not to.
See, it's nice living
No, it's by design. I'm doing it on purpose.
Oh.
Yeah.
The one nice living in an elderly neighborhood, we don't get a lot. Like if there's a skeleton at my door, it could be my actual neighbor. Asking me to call 911.
Folks, please.
No, but I don't get a
Lightning
lot.
struck, the peach cobbler went out. No, but that's even more of a reason for you to not bitch about it. Like, what do you get up 5 times a night?
Oh, no.
Not
then
when
we
you
get...
pee. I'm talking about the trick-or-treaters.
Yeah, don't get those confused. Oh, then the cops are at your door. We also get the college kids sometimes. And
Okay.
that really chaps my ass.
I do not.
Goddamn Long Island Naz punk showing up at my house. You didn't hear with the goddamn pillowcase.
Who cares, man?
I'm getting up for this kid.
Do you have extra? Do you run out of candy ever?
No.
Okay, so who cares? Get rid of the candy. You're not going to eat the candy. The kid's doing you a favor.
So there's one year my wife was out of town and I had to do the whole thing by myself.
Hey, Christ on a cross.
Bro, this kid's got the shaft. Because I unloaded on the first 10 kids that came in and I was done.
You just turn the lights off.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Or to drink and watch Nightline.
252 WCMF.
Good episode.
252-9263. Let's talk to Kyle. Hey, Kyle. How are you?
Good. So we used to hand out 300-400 pieces of candy a year, and as I got older and handed it out, I would give older kids that I didn't I saw were punk kids. Tommy would say the junky candy, and then the young kids would get the good candy.
Okay, Kyle, how old are you, buddy?
30 something.
You're 30. Okay. You're the saddest 30-year-old man
What are you
I've ever
talking
heard
about?
in
He's
my
doing it
life.
right.
Bro, that's a 70-year-old man take. That's
Yeah,
a
it is.
70-year-old man take, Kyle.
Yeah, but if the kids were, I don't know, at some point you just got to grow up. So, I don't know, I always thought the young kids would get the good candy, and then, the teenagers, I didn't really care, go buy your own candy. And
What if it's a
give them the
really
junk.
small teenager?
Yeah, how about that, Kyle?
What if you don't know their
Got a
age?
mask on.
What if it's a mix of different ages, Kyle? You gonna be a dick?
Ooh.
You don't think kids talk? They know. They know
well,
which house is giving out the good
young
candy.
The young kids, sometimes I'd let them out the, whatever candy they wanted, either 2 or 3
Wow,
pieces. And,
what a saint.
Those old kids, I would just give them the old junk stuff.
Kyle, what's the last
Attaboy.
age? What's the last age you trick-or-treated?
12, 13, somewhere in there.
Pretty standard.
Yeah.
All right. Well, stay away from 70-year-old, 30-year-old Kyle's house. Thank you for the call, Kyle.
All right.
Bye.
The problem with buying junk candy for that reason is you're stuck with the junk candy.
Yep.
Like, that is now your crap candy.
Yeah, you're right. Oh, hey, enjoy.
Just take it down to the shelter.
You just wasted it.
Enjoy your dots.
Yeah.
What are those things?
Oh, is that the ones on the wax paper?
No, those are like the
No.
gumdrops. Dots. I like the ones on the wax paper. I'll eat those.
Oh, I think
All
those
that
are called
stuff
dots, too.
gross.
No, you know the dot,
Something
right?
like-
It's in the yellow box.
Yeah, I
Says
know.
dots
Now
on
that
it.
I'm thinking about it, I think they're both called dots.
Anything non-chocolate sucks usually.
I agree with you, but you don't even really like chocolate.
No. Well, occasionally I like a nice little Kit Kat or something. Yeah.
Wow, look at you. Living
Not too much.
dangerously. You don't run in eating a Kit Kat.
Well, you know when I turn into a zit head.
Are you just reading Mad Magazine out loud into a
And
microphone?
I do miss that.
He's also in the merging lane while he does it.
Oh, Robert called back up. You know what you gotta do? The law. Let's take a break. Okay. Look, man, all of these interactions can lead to dangerous scenarios.
All right.
The merging led to that assault. Shorting a kid on candy could lead to bad things happening. But the good news is, you would think with family, the risk of being hurt is low.
Yeah, it should be.
In this case, that's not true.
Really?
And look, man, past the fact that this person was injured, and we'll give you the details on that, and past the fact that the person who allegedly injured them is a family member, there are people in your life, believe it or not, that could do this to you where eventually it would be okay.
Oh, wait, it would be all right?
It would eventually be okay.
How does that work?
Well, that's what we got to figure out, and we'll get to it next here in the break room on CMF. This is not an ideal situation.
Okay.
And yes, in any other circumstance, someone does this to you, they're cut out of your life forever. But there's something about family, at least certain members of your family, that will get a pass for certain things. Maybe even things involving a knife.
A knife?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. We have front row tickets to see comedian Jeff Dunham and his box of puppets at the Blue Cross Arena.
This is it, right up front.
You got it. So close, you may feel a hand on your backside.
Okay.
Ow. Do not call now. We will get you those tickets. We'll do our best to get them to you before 9:30 this morning.
All right.
So anywhere between now and 9:30, thank you. If you're watching the live stream, you see Tommy's hands instructing you what now or then is. Great. Front row tickets to see Jeff Dunham in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. This story comes to us, Tommy, from the city of Rochester.
What happened?
Sunday afternoon, police were called for reports of a stabbing.
Oof.
And when they arrived, they found a 45-year-old man with an upper body wound. He was taken as strong. And the good news, non-life-threatening injuries.
God.
But this wasn't a robbery gone wrong. He didn't get into a bar fight. This man...
Who poked him?
He was stabbed by a family member.
Oh, man.
At least according to police.
Yeah.
They say the stabbing resulted from an argument between family members. And despite this man being potentially stabbed by said family member, there's actually no one in custody right now.
So nobody fessed.
No, police are asking folks with information, some people that may have seen this, to come forward so they can make an arrest.
Did you check the guest room?
Is this man keeping his mouth shut?
I was just going to say, he's not saying anything, it sounds like.
Unless he did tell him who it was, and they just got to find this person, or someone else to find it. All right, but let's go, with the idea.
All right.
That he is not saying anything, because it's family.
Okay.
Tommy?
Yeah.
Which of your family members could you forgive for stabbing you?
For stabbing?
Stabbing you. Bah, 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 bah.
Zero.
None.
None.
You don't want to think this through.
I did. Stabbing is like so personal.
Okay. I know you got a thing about stabbing because you're a bitch.
I am. I'm anti-stab. Put that on a T-shirt. No, who wants to get stabbed?
Nobody wants to get stabbed.
And even
obviously.
if I deserved it, even if I deserved a stabbing, and I'm sure I have, I'm still pissed. I'm calling the cops, man.
Okay.
You pulled a blade on family.
All right. The phone number is 252-WCMF. Maybe that was a hard question to answer that way. Let me put it this way.
What's that?
Like maybe you think there isn't anyone you could get over stabbing you. So we'll narrow it down by eliminating family members.
Right.
All right. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Could you forgive a cousin for stabbing you?
A cousin would be the first, the easiest one, I think, to call the cops on.
Aunt, uncle stabbed you?
Yeah, that too. Yeah,
Okay.
the tougher decision would definitely be like a direct family.
Boy, let's put a pin in that. So Tommy, you could not forgive a cousin or an aunt or uncle for stabbing you.
Cousin.
All right, so let's get to the big guns. Tommy, could you have forgiven your dad for stabbing you?
No. God damn it, man.
What? That man raised you.
Yeah.
Right? He gave you everything. You had a boat at 10 years old.
You stab a child?
He sent you, no, grown-ass man.
I'm still a child to him. I'm your child.
And I do hear from a distance, you kind of look like an 8th grader. God, that joke sucks so hard.
Keeps coming back.
That's how bad it sucks.
Yeah.
So let's say you get into an argument with your dad. Maybe he
right.
gets a little physical, and all of a sudden he stabs you.
Jesus Christ, man.
That's the end of your relationship forever?
I will tell you this. I had moments where I should have called the cops on my father.
And you didn't.
Well, he was elderly.
Yeah.
I told you when he tried to get out of the car on the expressway because I wouldn't take him to the liquor store.
That sounds like something you would do right now.
What am I? I'm not like that.
Take me to the liquor store. No. I don't believe you. And look, you know what? I don't know. I never saw you around your father. I don't believe that would be the end of your relationship.
Man, yeah, but not end of the relationship, but I would, because I don't want him to stab anybody else.
I understand. So the question isn't would you call the cops? Because I think you should call the cops. The question is, could you eventually have forgiven your father for stabbing you?
But you'd always be reminded. And what if he goes and stabs my mother? Not in a good way.
No, stabbing your mother would be in a good way. No, like let's say you call the cops. He gets locked up for assault, right? Eventually, while he's there, he writes you a letter 6 months later. Tommy, I'm sorry. I don't know what came over me. I
know what came over you. Jack Daniels.
Okay.
All right. I'm supposed to forgive him.
No, I'm not saying you're supposed to. I would completely understand why you wouldn't forgive him. Could you eventually get over it?
No.
Will you never spend time with that man again?
I can't get over violence.
Okay, understood.
Like, let's say my mother. Let's say your mother attacked you.
My mother attacks me with a knife.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I could eventually forgive my mother. No, don't get any ideas, Mom, if you're listening. Yeah, I mean, look, I feel like as people get older,
It's so out of character, though.
but that's why. As people
Right.
get
I think
older.
the out of character makes it more complicated.
Makes it more
if it
frightening.
was like a point where like I'm at my wit's end with this person and this is the final straw, like I think you have a much easier time because there's so much anger built up to that point than if it was just like a, hey, I didn't see that coming.
Kimmy, could you forgive your mother for stabbing you eventually?
My mom might be like the top of the list in terms of forgiveness.
I think we can get that sponsored.
Kimmy can stab her mom.
Because again, it would be so out of character. She's such like a kind, understanding human. I would almost look at myself like, oh crap, what did I do?
That's what I mean, right? Like, okay, I mean,
I'm never gonna blame myself for getting stabbed.
I'm not saying you should blame
but
yourself.
you might take a look in the mirror and think, how did we get here?
And I'm not arguing you should forgive someone. It's a completely reasonable take to never forgive your mother or father or whoever for stabbing you. But I don't think most people operate that way. I think there would be a point down the road, based on people we know, that have had unbelievably insane things happen to their family where all of a sudden everybody's happy again. With this story, again, 252 WCMF, a 45-year-old man was found stabbed in the city of Rochester on Sunday. Police said it was a family member who stabbed them, but they don't have anyone in custody. And it leads us to believe potentially this guy did not speak up about who stabbed him. The most complicated member of your family.
Oh, we're getting close to the end.
Could you forgive a brother or sister for stabbing you? Who did you think?
Wife.
Oh, I was talking like, well, yeah, you'd have to forgive your wife for stabbing you because you'd be homeless and stabbed. Could you forgive one of your brothers for stabbing you?
Oh, God. No.
No? After all they've done for you? The way you take advantage of them, running your mouth, blah, 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 rich guy, house swept away in a hurricane, what are you going to do? That's what you get for being rich and living in hurricane land.
No, I could not.
Okay.
I'm a petty man with a hole.
I don't think it's petty to not forgive someone for stabbing you. But your wife, you brought up wife.
Yeah. That would be the hardest one.
But do you think it could happen?
No, that's why it would be so shocking.
Would you? No, I'm saying, do you think you could forgive yourself or forgive her?
I think it would always be there.
Okay.
I think it would. I don't think it would end the marriage, possibly, but it would affect the marriage. You know what I mean?
I get what you're saying.
Moving forward, we ain't the same couple.
Yeah. Well,
because one of us came near death at your hand.
Now, by the way, again, not every stabbing means comes near death. You could just have a flesh wound. She could just,
Well, let's say she slashes you.
Clips you.
Let's say your wife slashes
Just a slashing. What's the big deal?
Your face.
Oh, well, that's not going to hurt you in any way.
Slashes your cheek.
Your forehead looks like you've been slashed several times across the top of it.
I know I'm old. But you'd have to explain that to people. Like, that's one you couldn't cover up.
True.
Like, oh, yeah, crazy night, man. She wanted to watch that thing on Netflix at all night. Next thing you know, here comes a steak knife across the table.
But the good news for you in that scenario, your forehead is so big, it would take her 30 minutes to get across the whole thing. She would need MapQuest from start to end to be able to slash your entire giant forehead. It would be like trying to slash a drive-in movie theater screen. Like, you wouldn't notice that on a little slash on drive-in movie theater screen. It's totally fine,
His
right?
forehead's the roof of Tropicana Field.
Got
it. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Could you forgive your brother for stabbing you?
Ooh, that one would be tough. I don't know. I don't know if I could. I honestly think my mom might be the only person.
So what's interesting about the sibling, right? Like, of all of the things we've talked about, cousin, aunt, uncle, mom, dad, it's the fight with the sibling would be the most fair fight you would have. Not only from an age standpoint, but you probably know the most about your sibling.
And you probably fought throughout the years.
Yeah, like, for example, my little brother, right, who'll be back here Monday, he carries his left low. So a straight right always works in the early rounds.
For most people, a sibling is probably the only person you've punched. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like took a dirty shot at,
and like hard too, like with all of your power. And here's the thing, man. Like, my brother is a younger brother, and I can admit that while we were growing up, like, you don't get me wrong, he gave it back to me too, right? But like, I mess with that kid a ton.
Right.
It's what older siblings do.
Right.
It, I'm assuming, causes a lot of like deep-seated anger and like stuff like that.
Yeah.
I could see. Now, my brother and I rarely get into like even arguments, let alone like heated arguments.
Yeah.
But if my brother were to stab me in a fit of passion, and again, Ryan, if you're listening, don't get any ideas, I think I would eventually forgive my
I think
brother.
we all could. I think we could all hoist Ryan on our shoulders and carry him off.
You're not
like
hoisting
Buddy
on your
Ryan.
shoulders. We need more. Everybody.
Well, it took a whole team to get Buddy up.
No, I couldn't see the relationship with my brother ending
All right.
for anything. Like I can't think of something my brother
Really?
could do to me. Now, granted, it would take time.
But do you think your brother would say the same?
I don't know. It's a different dynamic.
Yeah.
I'm the older brother. He's the
Right.
younger brother.
And you picked on him.
Well, yeah.
You always kind of felt like you had the upper hand, probably.
Oh, I mean, I'd still have the upper
So-
hand.
And you also felt it was like your God-given right to pick on him.
It is. The older you are in the family, the more right you have to pick on your younger
So
sibling.
then if you stabbed him on top of all that,
Yeah.
you ain't
It's
being
hard. Yeah,
forgiven.
yeah.
man.
Well, you're the younger sibling, and you're the one that said you couldn't forgive your brothers.
Yes.
Do you think your brothers could forgive you, being the itty-bitty baby boy with stabbing hand?
Like, keep running him out.
Itty-bitty baby boy, John Forehead, stabbing hand?
Oh, I think yes, because I got away with everything.
Okay.
So yeah, I would be forgiven.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Again, talking about this 45-year-old man stabbed at the hands of a family member in the city of Rochester on Sunday, according to police. But we don't know who this person is that stabbed them.
Yeah.
And they're not in custody, and we're wondering if this person is keeping their mouth shut to protect that family
You get
member.
the stabbing pass.
And the question is, which members of your family could you forgive for stabbing you? Let's talk to a man who looks like he's been stabbed. Ben's on CMF. Hey, Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
Good, buddy. Good to hear from you.
So when I was like 11 or 12, I don't know, maybe 13, somewhere around there, I ran out of Ritalin. I was being super annoying, and my brother picked up, my younger brother.
But you were
picked up a
being
bread
super
knife. Oh, yeah, I mean, still am, but whatever. He picked up a bread knife and threw it at me.
Your brother threw a knife at you.
Yes, he threw a bread knife
You
at
want the
me,
worst part?
and-
You want the worst part? He was running with his tongue out.
Yeah.
It made contact right in his mouth.
I'm going to take your religion. That's some butter on it.
So your brother threw a knife at you. How old were you, did you say?
11, 12, or 13.
Somewhere between like 12 and 15, I
Okay.
think. I can't remember exactly, but yeah.
All right, so in that moment, what were your feelings towards your brother, and how long did it take to get back to normal?
I think I was kind of like, yo, what the hell just happened? But then, probably like a week later, I'm like, yeah, I was off my Ritalin. I was kind of being annoying. I kind of get it. Like, looking back on it now, I know when I'm being annoying. So, like,
Do you?
I kind of get it.
Do you? You sure?
All right, Ben, let me ask you this. If your brother stabbed you tomorrow after a heated argument, do you think you could forgive him now?
Maybe after a few years.
Okay.
It would depend on what it is, honestly.
All right.
Like, if it was over something stupid and petty, like, probably not. But if it was over something, like, that actually mattered, then maybe eventually.
Well, let him know if it ever does happen. He's invited on the show.
Okay, all right. I'll let him know. I'll probably
All
talk to
week.
him later today. I'll let him know.
All week.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
I would think, to Ben's point, he said maybe after a few years. I feel like if it goes a few years, it's never happening.
don't
Do you think
know.
like time
Yeah.
would help, or I would almost think like the wound gets a little deeper
Yeah.
over time because you're just angry over it. Like what would ever get you to the point where you feel like you can forgive them?
Memories, that's what. Like, I understand where you're
Yeah.
coming from. I get it. But, like, there's this weird thing when you have a disconnection from a family member that you were close with,
Yeah.
where, like, things will start to show up on television, pictures, right? Just things that remind you of good times, where after a while, despite you were furious with that person, you start to remember the good times were better than that one bad thing that happened.
That's the best case scenario. The worst case scenario is another member of the family tries to bring you two back together when nobody's ready. That happens a lot.
Yeah.
Just in arguments and family tension to begin with.
Sure, you're right.
Somebody tries to play like the
peacemaker.
Yeah, let's come on, guys. That's the person you really want to stab.
Don't encourage anyone to stab
Not
anybody.
encourage.
Dave's got the last
But I
word.
get it, man.
On CMF. Dave, how are you, buddy?
Good.
Good. Is that all we had? Dave, having a good day? Thanks for calling. What do you got, Dave?
So one thing you guys are forgetting is scenario. What's the scenario behind the stabbing? I mean, I think different scenarios play different effects on how you're going to feel. I went to school with two kids, brothers. They got in a fight at a party drunk, and the younger brother stabbed the older brother like 6 or 7 times, almost killed him.
Holy crap!
And He actually, the older brother went to court for the younger brother to save him from going to prison.
Wow. Man, you better get him a hell of a Christmas present.
And ruin the party.
It was just a bad scenario, He was
that's not a bad
but
scenario.
like that wasn't just one stab.
That's
that
a
was like
psycho,
No,
man.
like it was brutal. It was. I mean,
I'm
there
sure
was a
it
whole
was.
party of people that seen the whole thing. It was insane.
Got it, a guacamole and everything.
And they were the best of friends as siblings too, growing up. So it was a freak thing for it to have happened.
So, all right, let me.
I'm
sorry, go ahead.
As somebody who saw that, I would want that
person
to go to jail.
Yeah.
You know what
6
I mean? Like I would
times.
be so disturbed, and I'm not even the victim.
Well, there could also be.
The younger brother was totally depressed after the whole thing. I mean, once he came to and realized what had happened, what he had done. I mean, he felt terrible. I mean, he almost killed his older brother.
Well, let's bake him a cake.
Well, hey, all right. I take back what I said about my younger brother stabbing me. Take it back. Dave, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Ice pick Charlie over here.
Ice pick
Man.
Charlie.
To not only forgive your sibling, but to go to bat for them in court.
That ain't happening.
All right. Things change.
What happened?
Like time. Let me.
Well, times are changing.
Like sands through an hourglass, so go the days of our lives. There's going to be a new experience in Orchard Park going to see a Bills game.
Oh.
And I'm not just talking about the new stadium.
It sounds exciting.
Something has changed in the town that will allow the Bills to do something other teams have done surrounding their stadium. And here's the thing. I will say this up front.
Yeah.
I've been to some of these places that have done this, and it's really cool.
This is the future.
It's also the opposite of everything Bills fans love. And as upset as this is going to make some Bills fans, me being one of them, if this happens, do the new folks going to Bills games want to enjoy it the same way we've always enjoyed it? We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. There's a way to go to a Bills game.
Okay.
You get there hours early.
Yeah.
Pull out the grill, the cooler, you tailgate your ass off, you go watch some football, and that's the way we like
Wholesome fun.
Yes. But a story from last week that kind of flew under the radar, maybe putting that in danger.
So what's happening?
Well, look, if this happens, tailgating as we know it may not even be feasible outside of the shiny, brand new Bills Stadium.
Oh, yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. Speaking of the Bills, normally it's Football Friday, but they have another primetime game Monday night against the Jets live on CMF. We'll also have the pregame for you on your ride home from work if you are working on Columbus Day or Indigenous Peoples Day or whatever day they gave you off.
Yeah.
Not only that, you can go watch the game with a super cool guy.
Wow. Who's there this week?
I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Line.
Again.
That's right. Well, I went so well last week, they brought me back.
Is that what it is?
That's right. Standing invitation. I'm like Robin Williams at the Comedy Store. Come hang out. The Bill Groom Tapuchun Cha-Cha. Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Line. Delicious food, fantastic drink, and me, Pat Duffy, with your friends from 96.5 WCMF. So the new stadium in Orchard Park.
What are you saying?
It's set to host its first game a year from our next opening day,
right?
2026. So we have one last opening day if everything goes to schedule in this stadium. And with that new stadium, Tommy, come some new things surrounding.
Oh, yeah. We're going to clean up your act a little bit. No more jackassing.
Last week, the Town Board of Orchard Park, New York.
Oh, they coming down hard, buddy.
That's the town where the stadium is located. Voted to approve some new zoning laws. And normally this is pretty boring stuff. But in this case, it means the Bills, if they wanted to, can now create an entertainment district around the stadium.
Oh.
Think bars, hotels, and performance venues.
Yeah.
And this has become a very popular thing with new stadiums, arenas, and ballparks being built across the country. The Cowboys, the Packers, the Patriots have done it.
Wow.
I was just in D.C.
What they got?
The Nationals did exactly this around their ballpark. And the idea is genius for the team.
Mm-hmm.
The owners own the property around the stadium.
Right.
So they either open up businesses that they own or they rent out the property to other businesses. And they make it all team-themed, and every dime you spend, from the hotel to the food to the beer outside the stadium, goes into the pocket of the franchise.
Yeah.
And I know there are people thinking right now, well, this would only work 9 times a year. But you're wrong. The Cowboys and Packers, for example, have opened team museums, and they offer stadium tours year-round, which makes these...
So it's a tourist.
Yes, you turn these stadiums that you normally only use for 9 football games, a handful of concerts, into year-round tourist destinations.
Genius.
All of it sounds really cool.
Yeah.
But for Buffalo, there's a specific problem.
What's the problem?
What does that mean for tailgating?
You're done.
I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
But you're talking about the jackass.
I mean,
no, I'm talking about tailgating, period.
Yeah.
Oh, so... Do they tailgate at these other places?
So I don't know. I
don't know because it's going to depend on what the fans prefer, right?
And like the more
because you will have an option to tailgate.
Well, but even that may not be potential because Kimmy, the more space this takes up, the less space there is to tailgate.
You'll have to, tailgate further away.
And here's the thing. The last couple of years on the Bills' property, they've started to try and curb tailgating.
I've definitely noticed it's changed in the last few years.
Like, for example, you can't tailgate in the bus lot anymore. They have offered paid tailgating tents that come with all you need.
Kind of ruins the atmosphere.
I agree with you. But, like, every dime you spend at the tailgate on beer and food and whatever, that's money the team doesn't make.
Right.
So as from a business standpoint, you get where the team is coming
They're squeezing you out.
252 WCMF. Are you cool with this potential new idea if it changes our Bills game day experience?
It's going to make it way more expensive if you want to eat and party before the game.
True, but it also makes it easier. You don't have to carry all this stuff with you. You just show up, you go, and it's all self-contained.
But I can imagine what a burger and a beer goes for at one of these entertainment complexes next to a stadium.
No, I will say this. When I was in D.C., it wasn't as expensive as you would think. I mean, it was still pricey. You're not going to get like a 6-pack of beer for a grocery store, but like, they had food and alcohol options for every budget.
But it also kind of changes the whole dynamic of being outside just hanging and drinking.
Yeah. Yes.
That's gone.
Yeah.
And I mean, are you going to want to wear your snow pants to a bar? Because you're going to be dressed for the weather and you're going to be, in a different kind of atmosphere in that, those suspenders.
Tommy and I have both done comedy shows in bars for people in
Oh,
snow
yeah.
pants. It's not out of the question.
I lost my train of thought.
Great show. We are nailing it today.
I was going to say something, and then Tommy started talking, and then
don't blame me because you can't
Now I'm thinking
think.
of men in snow pants.
I will say this. Tommy, I tried to warn you.
What?
You wanted this new stadium, and I said it would change everything, and you're like, no, just a new
It's the
stadium.
future, man.
Yeah.
And maybe it's time y'all grow up.
Shut up, grow up, man. There's 80-year-old guys who do
I want to
this.
party like I used to, man.
I guess there is like a new generation of Bills fans that you see in the lots. And I do wonder, like, are those people who are, they want to keep the tradition
out-of-control
of
vegetarians.
And,
That's you!
I know. And doing their own thing, or do they prefer the bars? Because there are those few bars that you can go to,
Danny's
outside the stadium,
yeah.
and they are packed. So I don't know. I don't know what people would prefer. If there were more options, I wonder if people would rather do that.
Okay, so here's the thing. With this potential entertainment district outside of this new Bills stadium, right? Look, there will always be private lots just because that stadium is in a neighborhood, which I think is one of the coolest parts about it. So the folks who really want to do the big tailgates, you'll probably always have the chance.
So let me ask you this. When they take down the stadium, is that going to be a park?
Parking lot, yes, that will be a parking lot. But all that could also be where they build this entertainment district, right? But like for the folks who go to 1 or 2 games a year, right?
Yeah.
Would those folks rather have a new glitzy team town surrounding the stadium? Or do you still want to bring that grill, right? Cook a couple of burgers and slam a few beers in the parking lot? Because I will say that as much as Dallas sucks, that scene in Dallas looks really nice. Yeah. The thing in Green Bay looks really nice.
Yeah, and that's Green Bay, which is an old school stadium.
I guess, though, in those in play, like you brought up D.C., but I mean, the fan experience has always been similar to that. You know what I mean? Like they never had like a big, like all there was tailgating. And this is such a 180 for Bills fans. You know what I mean?
But New England was that kind of town, right? Before the Patriots got really good. Green Bay was definitely that kind of town, right? Even no matter whether the Packers were good or bad. I can't speak
They were
to
shooting
Dallas.
deer in the parking lot. I wonder if women, because half the audience now is women.
The NFL says that one half of their fan base is now women.
So would your wife prefer dining in retail before a game than just freezing and eating a hot dog in a parking lot?
So I think one of my...
Because it's way more comfortable.
Look, my wife may be the wrong example because she's not like a diehard Bills fan, right? There are women that are diehard football fans.
Like my friend has season tickets. And she has like a whole tailgate setup like that she takes very seriously. So I can't see somebody like her wanting to make the switch.
But even my wife, right? Like based on how we've gone to games in the past, one of her favorite parts is like making food to share with everybody, right? And like hanging out and just having a beer in the parking lot. So I don't know if she would prefer a laid-back situation where we're controlling our own stuff. Because don't forget, if you've got 62,000 people, which is what the stadium's going to see, in a couple of bars outside the stadium, that it could also be harder to get drinks. It's going to be loud and crowded.
But you got to make reservations.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. As we talk about the zoning law changes in Orchard Park, New York, meaning the Bills will be able to, if they want to, build their own team town facilities surrounding the stadium like other teams have done. And I would assume they changed these because the Bills wanted them to. Are we watching before our eyes the culture of tailgating disappear? Let's talk to Troy. He's on CMF. Hey, Troy. How are you, buddy?
Good morning.
Hey.
I think you guys make some good points for both sides. That's pretty much what I think. Like, I think for season ticket holders, it's like we enjoy going, tailgating, bringing your own food. You know, there's tradition involved with it and all that stuff, and it's fun. For people visiting, or like you were saying, 2 times a year, I think that sounds awesome. If you're coming from out of state, too, you don't know what to prepare for. You got to prepare to go to a Bills game. Layers, extra coats, everything you need. But if you're just coming to visit and going to a game, I think that's exactly what you would want.
Yeah, but Troy, I've also seen, as a guy who, goes pretty much every week when my daughter doesn't have a hockey tournament, people will come almost to like look at tailgaters.
They want
they want that tailgating experience, right?
Yeah.
There's 1,000 people surrounding
That's
a guy
drawing
getting
people
sprayed
in. Some people don't even go to the game.
Yeah, no, you're right. So I don't know. I don't know what people would want. It's a weird that we're watching this potential culture change happen right in front of our faces.
Would feel new and fancy.
It's a great point, and different stadiums have different experiences. Like I've only been to a couple away games, but there's no tailgating like we have. I mean, you don't hear about it around the league where like Buffalo's the tailgate spot, and I do think that's true. People come to see that tailgate. I've seen YouTube documentary style videos where dudes just go and visit all the stadiums, and they come to Buffalo to see the tailgate.
Sure. Well, Troy, thanks for the call, but I appreciate it. Like, to his point, in the last 2 years, I've gone to 2, well, not counting London, 2 away games, right? I was in Kansas City last season.
Yeah.
The year before that, I was in Detroit for the rescheduled game of the Thanksgiving
So
Day
what's
game.
going on there?
Those were both two very different experiences. Because Kansas City, credit to Kansas City fans, I've been to a lot of away games. It was the closest tailgating experience I had seen to Buffalo. They get there as soon as the gates open. They're out there cooking. They're all very friendly, even though I was wearing Bill stuff. Like, everyone was super cool, and I felt like, okay, it's not as intense as Buffalo, but it's as close as we're going to get. Whereas Detroit, it's a downtown stadium, and I spent my whole morning in a bar literally across the street from where I went in, slamming beers with Bills and Lions fans. And that was fun, too, but... I mean, when I'm
miss it, having your own thing.
Yeah, when I'm traveling, it's one thing. Like, this is what I've done. I've been going to games since 1990, dude.
I also can't think, and maybe I'm too close to this, but just based on people that aren't from here that have talked about it, I can't name another team that has celebrities because of tailgating.
So
Like,
you're talking about like Pinto Ron.
You can name
yeah.
people that have that, like, people will come into town and be like, oh, I want to go to so and so's tailgate. I saw that on TV. Like, they've gotten famous from the food that they make and their tailgates that they throw. And I can't think of another franchise that has that.
Well, the Chiefs have that Chief Saholic who dressed up like a werewolf and robbed banks
he
to go
got
on road
famous
games.
for the wrong reasons.
Well, maybe some of that money was going to tailgate.
Yeah.
Although it's hard to eat a hamburger with a wolf mask on your face. So you're all for this?
Yeah, it's time y'all grow
Shut up.
The act's worn thin. We've seen the table and the Pinto Ron with the ketchup on his face. Can we move forward?
No, but
like, you're getting something nice and new. Maybe you put your big boy pants on and go to the game like a gentleman now.
No, but I think you're naive.
You open
ignorant.
a car door for your wife. You're polite to people.
Oh, we're
Everything
doing-
doesn't have to be vulgarity and urine in the streets.
We're doing Goodfellas now?
Yeah.
I think in your ignorant, stupid statement, you hit why this is so weird, right? Because you said the act is worn thin. It's not an act.
Well, it's kind of an act.
No,
it is to the rest of the country.
No, but here's the thing.
I think, like, the rest, we see it now, but it's always been there. Like, a lot of those guys, they've been doing this for decades.
Exactly.
It's not new.
I mean, look, you go back. There's a video from 1992. I think it's the AFC Championship game in Buffalo where there's 5 guys in a hot tub that they brought on a trailer outside the stadium drinking beers and having a good time, right? Like, we're not acting like this. We're not doing this for clout. This is what makes us comfortable. And it's only, Kimmy, within the last 15 years.
5 guys in a hot tub in a flatbed is not what makes you comfortable. You're trying to get on television.
No, it was like 10 degrees outside. They looked pretty good drinking a beer.
None of those guys died.
Bro, everybody on video tailgating in 1992 is dead. There's that famous video. It's one of the greatest Bills videos of all time. I forget which playoff game it was from, but the Bills had scored a touchdown. Because remember they used to make those team yearbook videos?
No.
So every year, at the end of the year, it would be like a highlights, and John Facenda, the guy who
the
talks like
voice
this,
of the NFL.
he would narrate the Bills' greatest comeback, and they would break down every game. Somebody scores a touchdown in a playoff game, and they cut to the stands reaction, and there is she had to be 80-year-old woman, and she's like, yeah, and she's got this cigarette with the longest ass you've ever seen in your life in her hand, and like if you want a picture of what is being a Bills fan, it is this 80, 90-year-old woman with this cigarette, like, like she looks like the oldest woman that ever lived, like this feeble old woman, and she is just
came to life.
Yes, yeah. It's just I gotta Google. If you Google it, Google the video. It's the greatest picture you've ever seen. All right, let's take a break. Man,
what's the matter?
That hurricane situation in Florida, like
the hurricanes, the tornadoes, the flooding.
It's not great.
The alligators biting tires.
But there's a man who may have made himself a fortune because he tried something unconventional to protect his house.
Oh.
And it turns out it worked.
Really?
And if this guy's smart, he starts selling these immediately.
Damn.
Even though it may not have been the reason why everything worked out.
Okay.
We'll tell you what he did next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. When this story started earlier in the week, this man's unconventional way to try and save his house, people laughed at him. Well, he's getting the last laugh. And here's the thing. The way this worked out may have had nothing to do with why his house is safe. Oh. But if he's smart, he's a billionaire.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, I mean, we've seen the devastation.
It's
numbers.
all over the state.
10% of the state of Florida doesn't have power right now.
Yeah.
10%.
Another 10% doesn't have a high school education.
But there's a man who got famous for something he was attempting to do to save his home. And I think this happened in Tampa. Was this in the Tampa area?
Probably.
So there are these straps you can buy, and you
well, you see them on trucks and stuff like that. Like you see them on big trucks with like lumber and stuff.
Yeah,
they're those big ones. They're like nylon straps to hold things down.
But apparently, they make some big enough to try and hold down mobile homes.
Yeah,
right.
Hurricane straps.
So this man has a ranch home, or rather, a
lower house.
Yeah, what is a
lower
lower
house?
What do you mean by that?
It's one level.
One level.
That's not what he meant.
No, it's what I meant. It's not a 2-story.
You don't ever realize he's got one of them pretend houses.
Yeah, he couldn't afford a second story.
Okay. Well, every house you buy down there is a story, 2-story. Buy it up front, get 1 story. After you buy it, get another story. Look, what I'm getting at is he took these giant straps and he strapped them from his front yard to his backyard.
Like over the roof.
Yes, 10 of them to keep his home from blowing away.
It's almost like a circus tent.
He's trying to, make sure his roof stayed on.
And then you pound him into the ground with the stakes, right?
And like when you see it before the hurricane came through, it's funny. And people saw this on social media and they were making fun of him, saying like, look, man, these winds that are coming through, straps won't help jack. Well, the hurricane is over.
What happened?
His house is standing.
There you go.
His house is standing. Yeah. It's there. And there are now people eating a lot of crows saying, well, maybe he was onto something.
House strap.
No. Here's the thing.
What?
It's possible that even without the straps, his house would have been okay, right? With these weather
you
events, some homes are all right next to homes that get devastated. But he does have the ability to say, look, I put these straps on and my house is okay. Yeah. Now, it's great that his house is protected. That's, number one.
Yeah.
But Tommy, if this guy is smart, he's a billionaire.
Oh, yeah. You got to market it. But I don't know how you market it because you could just go buy the straps.
But he could also just buy the straps, slap his name on it.
Or a service that comes and installs it. You know what I mean?
Bingo.
I mean, there you go.
Like, I'm hoping this guy, whether or not it worked or whether or not it works, has the wherewithal to be like, all right, I have this international attention.
All right.
I tried this out-of-the-box idea that people laughed at me for.
Yeah.
It's free advertising.
Yeah.
But what if you do it again and it doesn't work?
You got to get the business going, and then
now
happens,
you just do it.
Okay.
Right?
It's like, I can see him running those ads like they do for gutters all the time. Don't get up on a ladder and try to protect your house. Well, I guess you would have to get on a ladder, though, because they got to get it over the roof.
Yeah, unless you had an army of people across.
They do it for you.
Yeah.
You know, it does suck, though, because now that maybe his neighbors saw that it worked, if there ever was the threat of another hurricane, they're going to want him to come help.
But
are you expected to come?
Did it.
Yeah. Can you just show me, point it out, and then he ends up doing it all?
But here's the thing: if you're starting a business, I'll help you.
Yeah.
Here's the bill.
Yeah, that's easier said than done, though, when it comes to a neighbor.
Well, here's the thing: if the business takes off, I'm not your neighbor anymore.
By the way, it's a Florida neighbor. Charge them. They're not going to be there long. They're going to lose the house to the bank anyway.
I mean, think about the parts of the country that would want to use these straps.
The Midwest.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Oh, yeah, true.
Not only hurricane, but tornado alley.
I don't know. That might. I don't know if it'll. Tornado seems like the one you might not survive.
No, you're right.
In terms of your house staying in one place.
Again, there's no indication that this would even work in any of these situations, depending on the right spot.
Jump on it while it's hot, baby.
But there's a ton of junk that they try and sell us for instant weather emergencies that does not work. Yet it sells billions of dollars worth of stuff.
Every time I sit down at night to watch my old man television, all they're trying to do is scare me with every single ad. I got to get one of them generators.
Here's the thing. I'm starting to get susceptible to the generator ad, too.
It looks so cool.
I know. But those things are, super expensive, right?
Yeah.
But the ads are so funny because it's like your whole family's getting ready to enjoy pizza, right? And then the power goes out. And then there's lightning going on. And then, the power comes on. They smugly just eat their pizza and watch their TV shows, and everybody's fine for the day.
Which is funny because, the most important part of that commercial, the pizza's already done.
Yeah.
I'll eat pizza in the dark. One of my favorite Springsteen songs of all time.
Pizza in the dark.
Don't you know it's just pizza in the dark? The TV ain't turning on now, but I got pepperoni and I got mushroom. 252 WCMF. The man that everyone made fun of in Tampa, who strapped his house to the ground to keep it from blowing away. The house made it through.
And he already got the free ad.
Yes. Again, like it's international. And here's the thing. If he starts his business, every news station in Florida right now will stick a mic in his face because they're just looking for any kind of story they can do about the hurricane. And that brings us to what might be the most tragically funny story we have seen so far.
What's that?
So with the devastation done, they're looking for any kind of human interest story, right?
They're digging them up.
All right, so yesterday we were watching the coverage, and what are we watching right now? CBS?
Yeah.
Okay, so we pop at different places all over the place. CBS yesterday we didn't have the noise on, the sound on, but it was a local reporter in Tampa holding a dog behind a smashed
and a little
house.
cute, like a little terrier.
So we had assumed that dog had gone missing, and they found the dog, right? And it was this heartwarming story, and it was beautiful, right? Turns out that's not the whole story.
No.
The dog came from that house.
Yeah. That's what the woman said. She's standing in front of a house that's like collapsed and holding
pancaked.
this dog.
Yeah. Right. And the dog is safe.
Right. But we also found out how she got the dog.
Yep.
The guy came and brought her the dog.
Yes, guy who was searching the house brought
silver-haired older guy.
Yeah.
And I figured, hey, he got his dog, and then he gave the dog to the reporter so he could make a little story out of it.
That's not the owner of the dog, because we found out, Tommy.
Yeah. It's an orphan dog.
The owners of the home.
She said something along the lines
of... The couple's
of,
gone.
Yeah, the owners didn't make it or something.
They died.
And here's the worst part.
What?
They said it in front of the dog. The dog found out on live television. It was terrible. It was like watching the Challenger explode all over again.
They're doing a human interest nice story because, like, they do a whole piece on it. They took the dog to the vet, and he's got the cone around his head. Oh my God, he's safe. And then they end the story with his owners died. His owners.
The couple.
Yes.
Oh God.
Yes. They died. Maybe don't do the story.
I know. Or you can just leave that sign out. You can just say, hey, we found a dog.
Right.
And
like,
we're going to get it back to its rightful owner.
Because they did the follow-up.
Yes.
Right. You could have just not done the follow-up.
We found a puppy.
Yeah.
It blew my mind.
Yeah.
Like, here's the thing. I'm happy the dog's safe. I would argue that the death of two human beings is far more tragic than this dog is still alive.
Yes. But the dog lived, thank God.
What are you thinking?
Well, he inherits everything.
Oh, for God's sakes, man.
Probably has to get a good lawyer, though. There's going to be a bunch of that stuff.
But did nobody think that story through?
Well, they're just, to your point, like...
That was part of it, too, because they were on this reporter live, and she may not have known how...
Right.
No, because they had a produced piece this morning, Kimmy, that covered everything.
No, I'm saying, like, in that moment, when the dog showed up, she may not have known. She just, thought this was a dog that was missing. And then the more you find out, the worse the story gets.
No, but look at it this way. There was no way the story was going to end well because the dog is alone either because, A, the owners
got loose.
No, but the owners could have left Florida and left the dog behind, or the owners are dead. I don't see another scenario where the dog has been lost, but the owners are okay.
Yeah.
I got scared and ran off.
Could do that.
Okay, that didn't happen.
Here comes Fluffy.
The dog is okay. Look at the cute coat.
There's going to be a GoFundMe account for this dog.
No, I think so. They said somebody in the family's got the dog back or something. It said reunited.
Oh, so he can go to the funeral at least.
That dog will be at that funeral. You know it will.
Oh, my God.
It might get up and bark a few words.
It's not funny.
And they get the zoomies and run around the church. They do that when they get excited.
Oh, my God. All right, let's take a break. We have front row tickets to see comedian Jeff Dunham and his Boxo Puppets. He's coming to the Blue Cross Arena on March 20th. We will get you those tickets. We'll do the best we can to get it to you before 9:30, somewhere around 9:30. Sit tight for that. But there's another story that is blowing people's minds because, you have to have trust in your kid.
Yeah.
And the older they get, you have to allow them to expand and explore and do things without you.
Okay.
But a woman is getting internationally lit up. Lit up.
Why?
Well, you told me the story, Tommy. She allowed her 15-year-old son to do something that everyone else thinks she shouldn't have done.
Yeah.
And again, this is one of those things where there isn't a law that would prevent you from doing this.
No.
Right? And she's not in any kind of arrest trouble.
No, it's more of just being judged.
On something that we as a society haven't decided together is okay. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. With age comes privilege. We know you got to be 21 to drink and smoke in New York. 35 to run for president?
Yes.
Okay. But there's also those ages that aren't set in stone, where a parent gets to decide what is and isn't okay. The problem with that, not everyone agrees with you.
Yeah.
And just because you say this would be okay doesn't mean other people won't light yo ass up. You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we have our first row picket. Damn it. Our first row tickets for Jeff Dunham and his puppets coming to the Blue Cross Arena. Do not call now.
No.
We will do the best we can to get you those tickets before we go back in a commercial here. And again, if I don't do it, it's Kimmy's fault.
Okay.
Because it's her job to remind me to do it. She runs this show. We're just the monkeys. So sit tight, little while for those Jeff Dunham tickets. Stop calling Jeff. Here in the break room on CMF. So, Tommy, you were telling me about a story you saw earlier this week about a woman who lives in England and the trouble she has kicked up internationally.
Well, she was bragging, I guess, on TikTok or something where her kid just got back from a vacation.
Okay.
He's 15, and I guess he went by rail with his buddy around Europe from London.
So you said they
3
were in
weeks.
France, they were in Spain,
Right.
they were everywhere.
They traveled all around Europe and then back to London by train for 3 weeks, just 2 teenage boys. And people were flipping out. How in the hell do you let that happen?
So I would have thought, because, Europe is easier to travel to other countries.
Right.
It's like, going to Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah.
Like for us,
Yes.
right? So I was like, they have that rail system. Maybe it was appropriate for a 15-year-old to go do
teenagers
that.
doing
But no
this, yeah.
chaperone. They're on their own.
Yeah.
And you said
They're
Planning
going to get
their own
off on a
trip.
train, find a hotel.
Yeah.
Get into whatever they want to do. You ain't around.
But you said even other Europeans were lighting her
Yeah,
up.
everybody was pretty much your crazy lady.
Okay, so whether or not this is okay, or you would let your kid do this in a place where they can just get on a train and go to another country in 2 hours, right? We don't really have that experience. But it does raise an interesting question.
What's that?
And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. At what age are you comfortable with your kid traveling alone or with someone else their own age, without parental supervision?
Right. Like they're taking their own trip.
Now, as we break this down, the easiest way for a kid to do this would be by car.
Yeah.
So you need a driver's license. That would mean, at minimum, 17, junior year of high school. That would
you're
be
blocked in.
Exactly,
Blocked
the
out.
first year to go. So, Tommy, if you found out someone we know let their 17-year-old and a buddy take a road trip overnight alone to a Sabres game in Buffalo, would you judge them?
Yeah, because, man, you could get into so much trouble at that age.
It's just an hour away.
I know, but it's not the distance. It's the.
So you're just saying in general, even if they did it in Rochester, you would think it would be.
So, good call. Let's start there, right?
Yeah.
You're going to let your 17-year-old kid go to a concert at the Blue Cross Arena, and they're going to stay at the Holiday Inn down the street or whatever that is now, right?
Yeah.
With their buddy overnight. That's a no-go?
They're getting drunk. Or they're getting high.
They're
That's
getting
going to
drunk and
happen.
high.
Oh, you know it.
So you're a no-go there?
I would be nervous as a parent, wouldn't you?
Well, my only concern would be there would be a 40-something-year-old man that wants to drink with my 15, 16, 17-year-old kid.
Well, that cannot happen.
Do you really have that take after the relationship we have had?
But you were a big, dumb, nobody cared kid.
I would wear a T-shirt that said that. Big, dumb, nobody cared kid.
I would think the bigger problem isn't so much the drinking and getting high, because your kid can really go a lot of places and do that, and they probably are already.
Yeah, a lot of woods out in Hilton.
My fear would just be are they going to get themselves kicked out of this hotel? Who are they going to piss off?
Yeah.
It's more like the interaction with other people, I think, that I'd be worried about. Rather than, the trouble that they're going to get in.
All right, Kimmy, you being significantly younger than Tommy, significantly younger.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Would you judge a woman who let their 17-year-old kid and a friend go to a Sabres game overnight in Buffalo?
I think 17, you should be testing that kid's independence at that age, right? They're probably a senior in high school.
Junior or senior at 17?
Junior, senior. Yeah, I think that's about the age where, your a Sabres game would be, I think the perfect test or distance to try something like that, because if, let's say, something goes wrong, they're only an hour away. You can go help them if you need to. You know what I mean?
To Kimmy's point, what's weird about 17, and I know it sounds young and this whole situation sounds strange, but if that kid goes off to college, they're a year from completely living on their own.
All right, let me paint another scenario, because the scenario this people had. They left the country.
Yes, I got you. But
So
again, it's not exactly
okay. But we kind of have a scenario here.
Okay.
Toronto.
Yeah.
So would you let your kid and another kid take a car across the border with their
at 17
with their passports?
Okay.
They get a room up in Toronto and they're going to go see a Blue Jays or whatever.
That's how everybody got their fake IDs back then.
Yeah, I mean Niagara Falls wasn't a tough trip.
And now you're out of country. You can't just run right up there.
Yeah, you're right.
And they're not that far. It's a 3-hour drive.
Yeah, but
252 WCMF 252-9263. Wait, they're on 4 and 4?
Do you feel
And
more?
you know what's up there?
What's that?
High-end strip club.
Yeah, there are. But you got to be 19 to get in, so you can't get in. Unless
Okay.
you got your fake ID, 4 strip club on 4 boobies.
Is it the driving that makes parents more nervous too? Because, like, let's say, we had some sort of, like, public transportation system, like in the story you were
they're
just
on a
talking
train.
about.
Yeah.
Like, I almost think, like, taking driving out of it makes some parents feel a lot more comfortable.
Okay, in that case, then, would you be okay with a plane or a train? Because you can't take an Amtrak to
Yeah.
New York City.
Yeah,
you could.
Although New York City for a 17-year-old kid on their own, that would just be a no-go, right? That kid would get robbed immediately.
So when I'm
And not even by a criminal, just some guy. Like, well, how old are you? You're alone here? Yeah. Wallet inspector. That wasn't the wallet inspector. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
So when I was in military school as a kid, lived in Atlanta. My parents were in West Palm Beach, 640 miles away.
Okay.
So I had to fly back and forth. So I had so many demerits. I had to stay an extra day around Easter and then fly home by myself. So there's nobody at the school except for one teacher.
Okay.
So I had to get a cab by myself and then get to the Atlanta airport and then navigate that and then fly home to my parents.
And I'm sorry, how old were you?
I think I was 13. I think it was my second year.
Wow, 13?
So I was 13.
That's younger than my oldest.
Yeah.
Just to give you a reference of how young you were.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember this Dean Kruger. He was really cool. He goes, listen, he goes, just put on your little cadet outfit. He goes, no woman will they'll do whatever you want. You're going to look adorable. They're going to fall all over you. And I did. I had the whole cadet outfit on, and they treated you like a little soldier
Welcome
coming
home,
Yeah.
Tommy.
Yes. But can
Thank
you
you for your
imagine
service
that?
in the lunchroom.
And my parents were waiting for me at the airport in West Palm Beach.
All right, so with that story then, 252 WCMF.
I picked up a stewardess. No big deal.
252-9263. Yeah, I was all loose on Pan Am, even for 13-year-olds. So we have the discussion about when you let your kids go on their 1st trip without you, with this story of this woman getting lit up for letting her 15-year-old leave the country in Europe by himself with a buddy. Are parents now more strict?
They got to be
I think
way
you're
more
much more
afraid.
aware of the dangers.
I mean, my God, the stories that are out there now, these stories didn't exist for my parents to be scared of.
But here's the thing. You just told that story, right?
Yeah.
And by the way, I know you say they didn't exist. I mean, I know there are more of them now because we're more connected.
Right.
They did exist.
Kind of, but they weren't top of mind. Like, my mother couldn't pull up, and look at 1,000 things on YouTube to scare the crap out of her.
And look, going off of your story, like I was 16, 17 years old. I was taking Greyhound buses and Amtrak trains to other cities. I was staying there by myself, right? Living in these apartments with grown-ass men for the week, the comedy condos. I would never imagine being okay with my kids doing that now.
No.
But at the same time, you can make the argument that it is now much safer to allow kids to do that because my kid would have a cell phone at all times.
There's never a point where you're not connected to your kid.
You can track your kid.
Yes, you don't even have to be connected. Like I can literally right now click on my daughter's face on my phone and I see exactly where she is. And if for some reason my daughter was in Cleveland where I would go as a 16-year-old on a train and needed cash because she got robbed or spent all of it, I could use an app to immediately send money to her. And in the worst case scenario, let's say something horrible happened and she's got to come home right now and I can't even get to her, she could in theory take an Uber from the spot she was in Cleveland all the way back to Rochester. Like my parents, when I went, they didn't know where I was. They didn't know what I was doing. Every once in a while, I would call home.
They've never been happier.
Like, it's insane to me that they thought that was okay, but they weren't the only parents that were doing that, and everything worked itself out. And I had a blast.
Do you think though maybe?
Of course you did.
Do you think like maybe, especially like your mom, like do you think she worried about you, but she knew she couldn't hold you back from doing it either?
I think if you want my honest question, and I don't fault my honest answer, I don't fault my parents for this. Yeah. They had 4 kids, and there was a lot going on.
Yeah.
So I
Too
think
busy to worry.
Yes,
about
I think that the more kids you have, the more willing you're
in the ghetto.
It wasn't. What are you talking
and
about?
Pat's mama cried. There's one thing she don't need is another fat boy to feed and a hole in the roof in the ghetto.
You hear me talk about having to get my kids everywhere all the time, right?
Yeah.
Hockey and tennis and ballroom dance.
It's a taxi.
I played football. I boxed. I played like rec league basketball, hockey. My brother boxed, played football. He did karate, fat guy karate.
Yeah.
My daughter's my
Not
sister.
so high karate.
The only thing that was high was his cholesterol. My sisters, they did dance. They played soccer, right? Like, so imagine what I go through that you're like, oh my God, times 2.
Right. Yeah. And they didn't have the money.
No, well,
they didn't.
I mean, they had it. It just wasn't in the bank account. It was in Myrtle Beach for police department golf tournaments. and Bill's at the Cozumel Senior Frogs, best restaurant in Mexico, according to my father.
Yeah.
Not making that up. Yeah, so like I think my mother thought because I was a big kid I could handle myself.
And you did. You did great. You did. We were all really proud of it when we saw you off at the train station. You go get him, kiddo. Next up, Johnny Carson Show.
All right, so I'll ask you this then.
What?
With all of this discussion we had, what is the age where you would be okay with a kid an hour away by themselves with a buddy?
I guess like senior year of high school, maybe.
Okay.
Would be. And I also think, man, it's different for boys and girls, too.
Okay, Joe Jackson.
Which one?
Don't you know that it's different for girls?
Oh, I thought you meant the other Joe Jackson.
No, the good one.
The mean one.
The good Joe Jackson.
I think parents are way better, I guess, at making their daughters aware of the dangers out there. I'm going to guess like your teenage daughter is going to be more careful than your teenage son.
But a teenage daughter could get into a lot more trouble.
Really?
They could get into any place, man.
I find it funny because look, I get where you're coming from with that, and maybe
And
you're
all
not.
I know what you're saying, how it can be more dangerous for your teenager, but when it comes to like responsibility, I'm gonna guess she's gonna make a better judgment most of the time than
But
your
if they want to go
son.
and have fun, I would be freaking out.
No, but here's the thing, man. Like, I get where you're coming from, but I think this idea that a 16, 17, 18-year-old boy can handle
They
himself.
think nothing's gonna happen to them.
Because, like, let's be real. If somebody wanted to just grab me when I was that kid, what was stopping them? Like, I sure.
Yeah, like we're taught to like cover your drinks, like never take anything
Nobody
from a
was
stranger.
spiking his
imagine
drink.
Imagine
This
if
human
somebody
manatee
came
with
to you.
with an accent.
Like again, a teenage
Who's
boy.
dragging him back behind a dumpster?
A teenage boy doesn't think that that's going to happen to him, so he's going to take every free drink that comes his way.
Human manatee. No, Kimmy, I agree with you. 100%.
But I mean, but girls can dress up and look like women, go out to bars and get into a lot of trouble. You even said like boys look like boys, girls can look like women.
Bro, I was drinking with you in bars and they thought I was 23 and I was 16.
I had that kind of pull.
Shut up.
But you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but why would let's
A
say
girl could go out with her girlfriend,
Yeah.
get into a bar and get into a lot more trouble than a boy.
like what?
Like meet adult men that want to
Which
do
I just said they're much more aware of being careful about that.
You're giving teenage girls a lot of credit for having
I
the
was
smarts.
a teenage girl, and that's all that they instilled in us was like when you went off to college, you basically had to take a freaking class on this stuff.
Well,
because,
good.
Because apparently it only happened to women.
But let's walk
you know
through
what
this
I mean?
to Kimmy's point. Let's
Yeah,
say
they got
okay.
a couple of drinks in them, no, and then that's a different animal.
All right, let me tell you a personal story. So I'll use Cleveland because we've been talking about
Yeah,
it. There was a comedy
You were
club.
a big hit there.
They kept having me back. I love that town.
It is a great thing.
Always go with a buddy. Like we were never alone anywhere. You know what I mean? You always
So-
had somebody watching out for you.
So the Cleveland Improv, the comedy club there was in the Flats. And when you went to go
Big entertainment area.
Yeah. So, and when you went to perform, they had what was called the comedy condo. And a lot of clubs that you'd play for a week long, you would live in an apartment with the other guy
Yeah.
or gal, whatever. So across from the condo, which was walkable to the club, was this bar. And it was like, it had a sailboat on the front of it, and it had been around since like the 1800s,
Yeah.
right? I was 16, 17, 18. And I looked like a man.
Yeah.
They never checked my ID.
All right.
And I would go over there through all parts of the day and just drink Miller High Lifes because they were $1.
Yeah.
And it was the greatest experience of my life.
That is a deal.
But here's the thing, man.
Yeah.
Like, if there was a dude in there that decided he liked the way that I look and wanted
You
to take
weren't
advantage
aware.
of me,
You would not have. Yeah.
that
And
discussion,
the guy's blind.
that discussion, to Kimmy's point, was never had with
All
me.
right.
And I promise you, there's no guy telling his 16, 17, 18-year-old son, hey, man, look out for people that would want to take advantage of you. So, to her point, yes, I would have been like, free drink. Yes, sir. Kind of like I did with this other guy in his 40s.
Think of all the places you could
Think
have been.
about the things you could have done to me if you had ill intentions. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. How easily you were lured somewhere.
Yes.
Hey,
man,
I would just be very afraid of two young women in Toronto for a weekend by themselves.
I think you'd be surprised how many teenage girls are smart enough to get away with that kind of stuff.
I understand that. That's what scares me. Like, they could get into trouble.
All it would have taken, and I'm serious when I say this, when I was 16 or 17, was for a guy to tell me, I have pizza in my apartment. And I would have followed him.
Man.
I mean, think of all the dumb stuff you did that could have gotten you killed. Take other people out of it, and you think you would trust a teenage boy over a teenage girl.
I'm not trusting a teenage boy. I'm just saying, like, they're more vulnerable.
Hey, let's throw this off the balcony and see what happens.
And they're holding Tommy. All right, we got Facebook messages coming in. I'm sorry. We're yelling at each other, rambling.
Like, I'm thinking, think of like all those crazy Myrtle Beach trips that you friends of yours took. Like, I don't remember girls getting kicked out of the hotel for like lighting stuff on fire.
Well,
just
no, there
saying.
was that one girl I knew who lit her face on fire, and I think they got kicked out of the hotel doing a flaming shot.
Okay, well, I stand corrected.
Talking about when you let your kid take their first out-of-town away alone trip. Dale writes us. He looks like an older cat. I don't know why 15 is too young to take a train with a friend and stay overnight, especially for a boy. Your 15-year-old could get kidnapped on the way to school. Someone could break in your house and take them. I mean, it's a weird.
Okay, but you're very more vulnerable away from your house, away from your parents.
But why though?
Because it's a comfort zone. You're out of your comfort zone.
No. But I'm saying, like, to his point. Look, it's a weird way to put that.
They can get you anywhere.
Again, we're sounding like News 10. Like, there's kidnappers everywhere looking to steal your child. Don't turn away. But he's kind of right. Like, what's the difference between Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Toronto, Ottawa, and the drive to school every morning?
Yeah.
Rachel writes us on Facebook. Parents around here are more cautious than others because of what happened with Brittany Drexel.
Oh, yeah.
We saw the worst case scenario, and that scares the daylights out of moms. That is a good point.
Oh, yeah, that was... Yeah.
Let me just catch everybody up because I know we have people that moved to town afterwards.
Yeah.
Brittany Drexel was a high school student. She went on spring break after her mother told her not to.
She kind of snuck off.
Yes, and she was abducted and she was killed.
Right.
But we didn't know that is what happened to her until years after.
Right.
And to Rachel's point about that scaring people here in town, that was a story that spans 2 generations because you had parents of the kids at that time.
Yep.
And then those kids who were in high school that grew up knowing that story. Some of them knew Brittany. So, I mean, I get, around here.
I know.
Right? Yeah.
But I'm just thinking of teenage girls that have gone missing that made national news in the past 20 years.
Sure, but I mean.
But I guess
I don't see a lot of boys.
I guess that's my point, though, is because parents were so aware of things like that happening, like they really did their best to like prepare their daughters for certain situations.
Scenarios.
And I don't know how good of a job they did doing the same for their boys.
I don't think they did for boys,
I mean?
but to piggyback on your point before we move on here, and I know I got the tickets, stop calling. There's a reason why we only hear about the girls.
Well,
because you're not going to sit through a story about a 17-year-old kid who's gone missing, a 17-year-old boy. I mean,
I don't know what the rate between the two are.
And I could be wrong, right? I don't have the numbers in front of me, but there's a reason why every missing girl that makes the national news looks a certain way,
it is,
right? It's a certain story that sells, right? Yeah. And it's terrible, but you can't base the story you see on what is actually happening. I'm just saying. All right. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Jeff Dunham is coming to the Blue Cross Arena on March 20th. And we have front row tickets to give you right now. So close, you may feel a hand up your backside.
Or a steak. Well, he uses this thing.
No, I know. Like, people, you can go see him do his act if you want to. You don't have to do. I mean, you did your act terribly. How you going to do Jeff Dunham's? 252 WCMF 252-9263. We'll take the 8th caller. You and a friend are going to see Jeff Dunham. Front row, bitch. Blue Cross Arena. Tickets are on sale for that show right now at Ticketmaster.com. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Best of luck from your friends here in the break room. It's Friday. You know what that means?
Oh, we got to get a little creepy.
That's right. Creep Cap and the DNC is trying to save you money. Halloween time. We have a list of pumpkin farms in the area that aren't going to break your bank.
Oh, all right.
But here's the thing.
Discount pumpkin.
What does a discount pumpkin look like?
You tell me.
Got a big old lump on the side of it. But here's the thing. This article doesn't matter. Because you're not shopping for pumpkin farms based on cost.
Oh, I'm not.
No, you're going to pumpkin farms because it's already inside you, man. We'll get into it next in the break room on CMF. This is a valiant effort by the Democrat and Chronicle to try and save people money, but it's a pointless story because you're not going to change this. You're not going to change.
Stuck in my ways.
Yeah, the place you go to get your pumpkins has nothing to do with budget and has everything to do with what's inside you.
Oh.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, we have given away our front row tickets to see comedian Jeff Dunham and his puppets. Who's going to the show?
Kevin.
Yeah, it's a perfect
Kevin.
Perfect Jeff Dunham name. Every guy named Kevin in Rochester will be at the Jeff Dunham show.
Front row Kevin.
March 20th at the Blue Cross Arena. Tickets are on sale right now at Ticketmaster.com. We'll get to the pumpkin story in just a second.
Yeah, what's going on?
But it's Friday.
Oh, yeah.
You're disgusting.
Thank you.
I'm not even setting up the bit. Just make me sick.
Why? What's wrong?
We don't have enough
I'm
time.
very pleasant.
We only got 17 minutes left of the show. I don't have enough time. All the disgusting things Tommy said all week long. It's a Creep Cap happens now on CMF.
Oh, you feel that? That's the creep running down your spine. It's the Creep Cap on WCMF.
Both of you. I just ate a banana in 30 seconds.
Yeah, but I think that runs in your family.
Come on out to man's land, fellas. Come on and have a great time. Have a couple of martinis on the roof, and then we'll give you the wet foot in the back door.
Man, a bunch of butts and spats. That was the name
Butts
of the
and spats?
That was the name of the nightclub.
And I get that there are guys who are into that thing. I'm not trying to kink shame over
The
here.
old menstrual pie.
For God's sakes!
Can we say that?
How do you say that costume itself with the blueberry bothered you, and you finish the discussion?
The old menstrual pie.
Hey, you got it all over the hood of the hot rod.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's only so many things you can do with your hands, right?
Your mom's in a room.
Lord, bring Nobbler Boy.
Nobbler Boy?
That's what it's called over there. A nobbler. A ye old nobbler. I think of all the horrible things I've done to my body. Man. Just dating South Florida women. Think how many skank pubes I've ingested over the years.
Man.
I probably got a sweater tangled up in my colon right now of skank South Florida pubes. I got a quilt down there, man. Can't even get it out of my system.
Warmest colon in town. Thanks to my skank pube sweater.
What's a haunty daunty or a walkabout? And your tight slacks. You gotta put on your church slacks, Patrick.
He's doing Connery, but
I'm
Connery's
a
Scottish.
creepy guy in the hallway of your hotel. Nice church slacks, laddie. Melted scuzz-ass swamp cheese. That would be your mom. It's so good to be a creep.
There it is, Creep Cap on CMF. So the Democrat and Chronicle did a story yesterday on budget-friendly pumpkin farms.
Okay.
Because, look, I mean, if you go to a pumpkin place with your kids, that could be a $200 date easy with all the stuff you got to do there. So they sent a couple of writers out to these different places.
Pumpkin patch investigation.
It's got to be one of the best stories you're going to write of the season, right?
Yeah.
So the 5 places they name here, they don't charge admission to get in,
Okay.
which has become a thing recently.
Wait, but did they whack me on the pumpkin?
Well, it doesn't seem like it. The authors of the article say these are the reasonably priced afternoon places to go. And they cite places like Zarpentine Farms in Hilton, which we talked about last week. Blodgett Farms in Parma.
Blodgett?
Blodgett or Blodgett. I'm not familiar.
It's Blodgett.
All right.
Blodgett, I'm sorry.
I think.
Sorry. Brightleys Farm Market in Hamlin. And that's cheap because, as we know, Hamlin does not exist. It's not a real town. But here's the thing.
Right.
As valiant and admirable as this story's intentions were, it doesn't matter. The story is pointless because nobody, and I mean nobody, is changing where they get their pumpkins.
Yeah.
Or shopping around.
Yeah.
Right? Like, are you going from farm to check out the prices?
There are 2 things you do when you decide where you're going for your fall pumpkins.
Okay.
A, it's the one closest to your house.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay. Or B, it's the one that you went to with your parents.
Memories.
Yep, when you were a kid. And those are the only 2 things that factor in.
You know, I do know people, though, that will go out of their way because they feel like the fry cakes are better somewhere else.
Oh, they want to take a ride in the
like
country.
there is like this.
No, that's what old people do.
Where the real pumpkins are. I don't need your city pumpkin.
City pumpkin?
City's full of your city seeds.
Last thing she needs is a big old pumpkin pie. Screwed it up. Go ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
There are also farms, too, that have more like kid activities and like interactive things where I do know people will go out of their way for those types of things.
Well, yeah, the kid entertainment.
Yeah,
kid entertainment. But I also find that like those places are mostly populated with the folks that live closest to them.
Probably.
Right? Because there's two. There's one in around the corner from Henrietta, and I'm blanking on the name. And then there's the one out on the east side there near the Y. Those are kind of in the country, but close enough to big towns where you attract a ton of people. And I always assumed that's why they built up the way that they did, is because lots of people were going and they needed to add more entertainment to factor in how many people were there.
So we literally go to one almost like in our neighborhood.
Powers?
Yes.
Yeah.
And my wife's been going there with their kids since day one.
Yeah, and I like
she ain't breaking.
Powers is great, man. Like the pictures have looked awesome. I know people that are fiercely loyal to Powers Farm Market.
It's mobbed.
I would love to go to Powers Farm Market, but I will not go. I cannot go because I did not go there as a child.
Oh, okay.
And it is not around the corner from my house.
Yes.
So we're not going. Like, I am curious, like, are there people that went to a farmer's, pumpkin patch, pumpkin farm, and were like, you know what, we're never coming back here again. We're finding a new spot to go.
I was very disappointed in your pumpkins.
Like,
like, what would have to piss you off for you to just
I don't know.
write that place off?
Because, like, for parents, any pumpkin patch is a miserable experience, right? Like, it's expensive, as we talked about, right? It's always 80 degrees when you go. For whatever reason, it'll be 60, 50, 50, 60, 60. Now it's 80, or it's 30 and it's raining outside.
Yeah, let me carry 40 of these awkward things back to the car.
And you're there forever. It takes forever to get out of it.
And
the checkout is long.
Yeah. I was going to say, no matter how busy it is, you're going, right? Have you ever turned around because it was too busy?
No.
Right?
No, you haven't. Like, just to illustrate how ingrained your family farm experience is in the fall. Again, talking about the story in the DNC where they're trying to find budget pumpkin farms for folks to save a little money. Kelly's Apple Farm in Hilton, you're familiar, Kimmy, right?
Yep.
So apples, pumpkins, they got a little, what do you call that thing there, farmer's market?
Yeah.
So my dad's mother bought a house out there when he was a kid. And he went there when he was younger to Kelly's Apple Farm. We lived in Gates. My dad, when we were kids, drove our asses all the way from Gates.
Oh, really?
Because that was his spot.
Yeah, all the way out to Kelly's Apple Farm, and he would just eat all the free donuts that they would give him, and then we would go home. And I take my daughters to Kelly's
Really?
Apple Farm.
Yeah, and that's out of your way, too.
Well, so we haven't gone.
Because you probably pass, like, how many
10.
farms
I'm
along the
telling you.
way?
Yeah, I look, there's pumpkins that are talking to me. That's how far that I'm going out there. Like, just stop. I'll get in your car, right? But no, like, I have a picture. One of my favorite pictures is me holding my now oldest hand, and she's like 3 years old. And she and we're walking down the row of patches in the pumpkin patch.
But think about this. You could have got that picture anywhere.
You're right.
You could get that picture in the front of Wegmans.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But there's
What you know and what you're comfortable with.
And it's the most pointless money you're ever going to spend.
Everything you're saying is true.
Like, you don't
I
eat
don't
any
know.
of it.
I never regret that donut or pie.
No, but it's not like something like, oh, my God, we're running low on pie and pumpkins.
Yeah. But I don't regret it after I buy it.
No, it's fun. It's a fun trip.
To Tommy's point, right? Like, and I'm not besmirching any of these farms because they're beloved and they do a great job. And I get it, man. You got to find a way to supplement the income of growing things.
Yeah.
But, like, all of the things you get there, I can go 5 minutes from my house to a grocery store.
So somebody's going to pull a move soon.
What?
And somebody's going to put a brewery in one of these places.
It's already done.
Yeah, there's
They do?
cideries.
The cidery?
No,
exists.
but it's all with the kids stuff and everything else.
So in God, what's the
I didn't
one
know they
across from
did.
the Y? What is that?
I think.
Damn it! It's your side of town, across from the east side, the Y on the east
Oh,
side.
that big mammoth one.
What the hell's it called?
East Side Pumpkin Patch.
Damn it.
Why?
Not
Sorry?
Growmore. Oh, it's gonna bother me all day. Anyway, Kimmy, we Google this for me, please. I'm sorry. East Side Pumpkin
Wait,
Patch.
so they got a brewery?
They have a cidery that is literally smack dab in the middle of all of the stuff that the kids are doing, and it's like
That's got to be a hit.
It looks like a barn. When my wife went in there, and like, yeah, you got to show your ID to go in there. But
Yeah, but if you could get a little something to take the edge off.
yeah, no, it was good for her. I mean, I had to drive home, so I'm glad she got to have a little edge off.
You know, it's not always about the patch show, okay?
Okay, I'm the
You
one
talking about
chasing the damn
Wickham?
kids.
No.
Yes, Wickham
Is it
Farms.
Wickham?
Thank you.
Yeah, that
Oh,
one. That's a
Wickham.
headliner.
No, but like
That's it, in
they have the
Penfield,
talking track.
technically.
the cidery
Yeah.
is literally in
Oh,
the
I didn't
middle
know
of
they
all of the
expanded
stuff.
it.
Yeah. So
Yeah, that place is like a country club.
yeah, I mean, they do a great job out there. They
Yeah.
have a ton of stuff that my kids love it.
Yeah, they got a concierge. It's very nice.
But I do feel like I'm cheating on Kelly's Apple Farm when we go out there.
Well,
Like
just
we'll
don't
go.
let them know.
Too late now.
Tell them to get a talking tractor and a couple of brews.
They do have a talking tractor now at Wickham Farms.
Yeah.
It does
Oh,
like a
look at
show
that.
for you. It's like, remember Chuck E. Cheese?
Yeah.
Except these robots work.
That's pretty cool.
Like it doesn't look like the drummer's having a stroke because half of it's not working.
I don't know what they sunk into this farmland, but it's like Disney.
It is insane. We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing for a football Monday.
Oh, boy.
Next here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be Rapperoo.
Adio, Friday Rapper.
For a Friday Break Room CMF. All right. Big Monday coming up.
Yeah.
Now, if you are not working, right, you got to get up because you need to have all the information ready for this Bills-Jets game on a football Monday, prime time, live right here on 96.5 WCMF. All right, so keep in mind, if you are working, the pregame will start during your drive home. So you can have us on, ready to roll.
Nice.
Get everything you need to know about this upcoming Jets game. And there's going to be a lot of information you might want to get because we don't know who's playing based on injury situations right now.
Oh, yeah.
Khalil Shakir has yet to practice this week. Running back James Cook has yet to practice this week.
A lot of turmoil.
Defensive tackle Ed Oliver has yet to practice this week.
We don't know what's going on with Josh's, not a concussion.
I told you, it's over.
So they just wrote that off?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
All better.
Not really.
Kind of seems like the way it's being handled in all of the NFL at this point.
But, I mean, it did become a talking point this week on national shows.
They kept showing it.
Anywho, we will be doing our Football Monday.
Okay.
So we will have Tommy making his picks.
Mhm.
You have not hit on a pick in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
You're 0 for your last 10.
Some do.
In fact, I ran into a guy at the gym yesterday that was so astonished by what you did. He agrees you should be given money for being that bad at this.
I like that.
It's almost statistically impossible to go on an 0 for 10 run.
Damn.
So we'll find out Tommy's picks against Aaron Rodgers and the Jets just after 7:45. And we'll have our good buddies just after 9 o'clock. Mike Danger from 95.7 The Fan. And from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast, Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy.
They will be in to recap those picks. By the way, the newest edition of Let's Go Duffalo, the podcast, is up.
Okay.
It is live. You can get it wherever you get your podcast, the Odyssey app. Just Let's Go Duffalo. And the NFL is a long season, but what makes the NFL so special is every game matters.
Oh, yeah.
Every game is far more important than in Major League Baseball.
Well, you get
the NHL.
18 games. You're done.
17. So,
Yeah, like I said.
listen, man who makes picks get games wrong. amount of game. If the Bills win this game, they have a 2.5 game lead in the AFC East over the Jets. If the Bills lose this game, they're in second place, a half a game behind the Jets.
Yeah.
And look, every game is important. And this game is very, 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 very important.
Mm-hmm.
But for only one of these teams.
Oh.
The Bills, if something terrible happens on Monday night, loss-wise, there's a lot of runway. For the Jets, if they lose this game, it could be over.
Oh.
And we'll get into it. We got to keep that in mind as this game approaches on Monday night. We'll get into that and a whole bunch more Monday morning, Football Monday here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, who's making the passive-aggressive relate face. Relate. Yeah, I know, Kimmy. What do you want me to do? Got to make fun of Tommy for his picks.
Shut up.
For Tommy Muley.
Get these ankles out of here.
What's wrong with my ankles?
We're just not used to seeing them. You normally have your fancy socks on.
I've never seen
It's a little shocking.
I've never seen ugly ankles before. Yuck. For Tommy Muley, who was excited to watch one of the 34 games that the NFL teams play in a season this weekend. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you Monday morning, Football Monday, here in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.